Oh.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
We're at Mumbai again, scene of Sanju Samson's majestic knock, and there's an abundance of batting talent on display as Rajasthan take on the Delhi Capitals home to Prithvi Shaw, Rishabh Pant and Shikhar Dhawan. 438 runs scored here last time out, and I don't know about you, but we are predicting a Wankaday Wallop Fest once again. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and we are on to match number 7. They are coming thick and fast. We're at Mumbai, as I said, and I am joined by men of great wisdom and sometimes great weight. It is indeed the Bear.
Hello, Hendo. Hello, Tone. First time I've been on with you, Tone. When you IPO, anyway.
All the way from Claygate, out in Claygate. There he is. It's Tony the Bishop.
Hello, Bear. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Now, what do we think? We've got the Pinks versus the Blues. It sounds like a game of snooker, but it isn't. It's the Pinks versus the Blues. And I've been a bit of a cheerleader for the Pinks, but they're running out of English players. Ben Stokes has hurt his finger and he's on his way home. Liam Lawrence has not got the call up. David Miller comes in the middle order for the Rajasthan Royals, and we might have to shift our allegiance as English people to Delhi, because they've got Tom Curran and Chris Wokes. How do you see this one going?
Well, I don't like Tom. Well, I do like Tom Curran, but I just think he's losing his luster. I mean, we were talking about this in the white ball series against India. I think he's kind of been a little bit found out by like Dernbach. Too many variations that are pretty telegraphed. Chris Wokes, I'm interested to see. He didn't get. He was in the IPL last year. But he didn't get much of a run out, if I remember rightly. Or was he injured? I can't remember.
Well, he started well in this series. He I think 3 overs, 2 for 18 the other day. And as I was looking at this extra special information you get on Crick Info, 11 dot balls out of his 18 deliveries. That's pretty darn good, isn't it?
That is pretty good. I liked Prithvi Shaw is an interesting one. He got was it 77 the other day? I think on Saturday when I saw him. Got dropped about twice.
Right.
But looked a class act, and I think if he gets going, it'll be fun to see because he kind of blew a gasket last time. I think his head got a little bit too big.
Yes.
All the praise he's had over his youth, he finally failed, and I think it got to him a little bit. But hats off to him. He's gone away, scored a shitload of runs, and in a very quick time has turned it around. If he has a good IPL.
Yeah, and what the other thing we know, of course, is that he'll be joined in the attack by Kagiso Rabada. He's back. He's tested negative for COVID, although Anrik Nortje is still on the sidelines because he tested positive. So I don't know how that's going to affect his long-term contribution to this tournament, but we shall see. I'll just give you the teams and the toss. The Rajasthan Royals have won that toss, and, well, can you guess what they've done? I think it's been done in 6 matches previously. They've put the other team into bat. So the Delhi team lines up Prithvi Shaw, Shikhar Dhawan, Ajinkya Rahane, Rishabh Pant, Marcus Stoinis, Lalit Yadav, who I don't really know much about, is a batsman and off-break bowler, down to come in at number 6. Chris Wokes, Ravi Ashwin, Kagiso Rabada, Tom Curran, and Avish Khan, who took the wicket of MS Dhoni the other day, and quite impressed me. Rajasthan Royals, Joss Butler moving up to the top now. Manan Vora, Sanju Samson, David Miller, Shivan Doob, Ria Parag, Chris Morris, Rahul Tawatia, Jaidev Unadkant, who I believe was a very expensive player in the IPL going back a few years, Chetan Sakaria, and the Fizz, Mustafizar Rahman. What are your feelings about this, Tony?
Current form seems to point heavily to the Capitals, doesn't it? I think of the last 5, they've won all 5. Once when they were the Daredevils, but nonetheless against the Rajasthan Royals. They've also won here already, whereas the Royals have lost in that huge run fest the other day. So really, yeah, I wouldn't look much further than Delhi as racing favourites. There's always room for a surprise, of course.
Well, it's interesting you say about the 5 wins in a row, because the actual head-to-head is 11-all.
It is.
Obviously, those going back a few years that Rajasthan have had their moments. So maybe they can just turn it around a bit like we thought that KKR were going to do the other day against Mumbai Indians and managed to throw it away. I think this is a completely different pitch from the one we've got in Chennai. And I don't know about you, I'm really fed up with low-scoring thrillers. I just want a complete and utter run fest, and I feel with the talent we've got out there today, we could get it. It's going to be Sakaria is going to open the bowling. The left armour made his debut the other day, took 3 wickets, and the Bear will jingle him up.
Chat Sakaria all the time. Chatting, chatting, chatting. Chatting Sakaria all the time.
That sounds familiar. What's that?
Can't place it, but I know it's something from my dim and distant past.
Exactly.
He's going to be
getting better all the time.
Oh, it is.
It,
yeah, you're right.
that's
Absolutely.
There you go. That's it. That's where.
He's going to be bowling to
slightly off-key.
Prithvi Shaw.
Let's give him a jingle.
This young chap here's got Prithvi Shaw. When he steps up, the crowd want more. He made 500 when he was 14. No pressure there. I hope he's not peaked too early.
Should we have the other batsman get it out of the way? Because we've got 10 seconds.
Very quick. And perfectly, it lands, or it ends right at the end of the countdown, the 10-second countdown. We're going to be underway immediately, and here is Sakaria coming in to Prithvi Shaw. 2 young players who may have great futures for India. He beats Prithvi Shaw, the rising ball outside the off stump, goes through to Samson behind those wickets, and there is no run. Now, I should tell you that our man, cricket writer, Anindo, not on today, but he's on, I think, on Sunday. has written a wonderful poem for us. And well, he said to me, "Are you going to put it on the Gorilla website?" And I don't know if there's a way to do that, but I might make it one of the news stories tonight. This one comes a long way back off the pitch. Massive appeal from Zakaria, but it's been given not out. Maybe just a little bit high. Sanju is wandering forward, and yeah, he's sort of intimating that it would have gone over the top of the stumps. He's written a wonderful poem about 100 and how it will have an effect on us all, and various terminology that has been put forward. So I think I'll put that down as one of our news stories.
Well, exactly. I think you can write a little story and then just put the poem at the end of the story.
Well, yeah, but then you have to write a story about the 100, haven't you? And who wants
Just
to do
put in
that?
a couple of plugs for his books.
Yeah. Oh, could do that.
He wants you to do it for anyway.
I did think I'd read it out, but I haven't got it to hand, so I'll have to hang fire on that. Zakaria in again, coming into Prithvi. He's going to get his first run as he turns us into the onside. There's a gap between mid-on and backward squares, so they'll get that comfortably. So Shaw is underway. 1 for no wicket. Now, I guess, Tony, you're in control of social media.
Well, I have social media here. In control might be a...
Oh, it's very difficult to control. They are an
we'll
unruly bunch, aren't they? Yes, you're absolutely right. Control is completely the wrong word. But you will be reading some of it out very shortly.
In every so often.
Yep,
I would indeed.
So we wait for Zakaria again in the pink, resplendent in pink. Coming in now to bowl to the left-handed Shikadawan. Shikadawan just marking his guard. Obviously, has to be a bit of a change around when you've got left-hander and right-hander together. It's slightly annoying for the fielding side. Another thing for Sanju Samson to think about. Goes in at 3, keeps wicket and captains. Is that too much? It would be in a test match, wouldn't it? Maybe not so much in this form of the game. Here comes Zakaria then to Shikadawan, 85 the other day. Not in age, but of course, but in runs. This one back of square onto the offside, and there is no runs. Got a very boyish little fringe has Zakaria. He's quite a young man, 22 I think, something like that. Maybe 23, maybe just 23. But he's getting the ball to move a little bit, and we're looking at that LBW appeal. It was a very good ball. Certainly it was fine on line, but it was 4 or 5 inches above the off bail. 1 without loss. Prithvi Shaw standing there, looking down the other end where Shikadawan is waiting for face. There is a slip, and he comes across outside his off stump, but the ball is wider than that, and he decides on this occasion to leave it alone. There is no run. We'll be catching up with all of you joining us at the end of this over, which is in 1 ball's time. I should say that GPL is open. You've got, I don't know,
50 minutes. 50 minutes.
50 minutes. 50 minutes in which to judge how many runs will be scored of the day. Give us £1, and if you get it on the nose, you'll get all the money that's in the pot. What's in the pot there?
£33 in the pot.
£33. Get on it, people. Oh, lovely in-swinger there. He threw it a little wide, and it wobbled into Shikadawan, but he's stroked it quite nicely through the infield out to deep cover, and they've picked up another single. Well, 2 for no wicket after 1 over.
Well,
Tony.
Okay, go Tone.
Oh, I can definitely do that for you, Brian Barish. Hello, Brian. Good day and good morrow, cricket nerds. I'm so happy that county cricket is back, but I'm more than happy to drop that to come over and listen to Tony, Hendo and Bear, even if it's the less superior form of the game. P.S. The weather here is shit. It's not great here. Starting to rain after some lovely sunshine. Leah says, hello everyone. Hello. Hoping to see another late innings collapse, chasing a modest total. Might as well make it 3 and 3. She says, Warren says, so glad you're on. Was thinking I might have to listen to Danny Morrison et al.
Ooh,
rallies.
You don't want to do that.
Leah also says, what are the Blues doing in the IPL? Did they finally get fed up with playing bad hockey in St. Louis? I'm not quite sure about that reference. Or bad Aussie rules in Carlton, says Brian Barish. They seem to be in their own conversation there.
It's hockey and... Hockey,
yes,
and
hockey.
Aussie
Hockey.
rules.
It's hockey. You know a bit about hockey, don't you?
Well, I know a bit about hockey. It's like football, but with sticks and smaller goals.
I think we're talking maybe ice hockey here.
Yeah.
Oh, that kind of hockey.
Yeah. That kind of hockey, yes. I think so.
Well, it's a puck then.
It is. It's the faster form, isn't it? It's massively fast. Is ice hockey?
It's basically a bit of skating and then a fight breaks out from every game I've ever seen.
That's it. Jadev Unath Khan is going to open left arm over the wicket. 81 matches, 81 wickets. He's nothing if not consistent. Bowls to the left-handed Shikadawan, drops it into the offside. It's a crowded offside, but he does it skillfully enough to ensure they can get through for the single. And Delhi move on to 3.
So we have a little jingle for him. Goes like this.
J to Unit Cat when you find out that
He's worth more money than you'll ever earn in your whole life. Hardly seems fair.
Yeah, that's one of our jingles. Not quite sure what to make of that one, but it's not often given an airing, I suppose, this time of year, perhaps only. And
it seems to imply that he was bought for a lot of money.
He was.
My wife's phoning me. Hold on.
Back in the day, the wife is phoning the bear. That's always good. Live radio turned into the onside by Prithvi Shaw at fuller ball. Again, there's a gap between the man at backward square and the man at mid-on, so there's an easy single. And it's strange to see these two who added 138, I think it was, in their first game from, I don't know, 13 and a half overs, so pretty much about 10 and over. They're just going along in singles. They're just having a look, just having a little look before maybe switching up a gear and entertaining us all with their flair and flamboyance. Unadkat then to the left hand. There's a slip. There's a ring of 4 on the offside. Mid-on, a man on the 45 and a man back at deep backward square. Comes down the wicket this time, does Shikarawan. Tries to then cut it, but it's on him and bouncing a little bit too much for him to be in real control in terms of playing an attacking shot. So he just pushes into the offside and there is no run.
Right. Tell me that this is at Wankhede, and they're only using 3 stadiums in this IPL for the first stage, aren't they? Wankhede, Mumbai,
Chennai, and where was the other one? I've forgotten now.
I think it was no, this is Mumbai, isn't it? Wankhede.
This is Mumbai.
Chennai, and
what was the other one? I've forgotten already.
I don't know what the other one.
Unadkat then in, bowls to Shikarawan. Shikarawan again brushing this out into the offside, but only to backward point, and there is again no run.
It looks quite a nice pitch, really, doesn't it? Seems to be coming onto the back quite nicely. Bit of bounce, bit of pace. I'm sure it'll die once the ball gets a little bit older. But
well, I don't think it will die as much. I mean, it won't die in the way that Chennai is dying. Chennai is dying from about the 12th or 13th over onwards, and it seems very difficult to play the big shots, and that's possibly why KKR are going to have to sort of reconsider if they play a lot of the games there. I can't remember offhand how many games they have to play there. But it could be tricky for them if they're going to go for all-out attack. Unadkat bowls cut by Shikarawan. This time he does manage to get it through, enough power to beat the man at backward point, but there is a cover fielder in the deep, and it's just a single. Another good over so far from Unadkat, just 3 runs from it, and the Delhi Capitals have moved on to 5 without loss. To get on the GPL, you go to GorillaCricket.com. /competitions, and then you will be directed and instructed how to give us your money, basically. And the more of you that take part, obviously, if you put a pound in, you have several guesses, you may want to have 5 or 6, and you put a pound in each time, and of course that pot grows.
Well, Chief Barker's already in. He goes early.
Yay!
He's obviously decided that every day he's got set numbers like the lottery, it seems.
Unadkat in, bowls a 4-1, driven in the air and caught. Prithvi Shaw really didn't get a hold of that. Maybe it was a slightly slower ball. Not sure where he was trying to hit that, but a great breakthrough for the Royals. Delhi Capitals are 5 for 1.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I got my obligatory
I'm trying to work out what he's done there. It looked to me as like he was trying to whip it into the onside from off stump and has skewed it horribly backward of point. And it's the easiest of catches for the man out there, who was in fact David Miller. So Prithvi Shaw impressed in the first game, not quite so good today. He goes for just 2 runs.
Well, I think it was a slower ball. If you look at it out of the hand from the side, it was quite floaty. And I think he is trying to whip it into the leg side. He's got beaten in the flight almost, and skewed it off the outside edge.
A good start then for Rajasthan, and coming to the crease now is Ajinkya Rahane, who has a jingle that goes like this.
Well, yeah, he would do, except for he's not in the right order on this bloody thing. Where's he gone? There he is.
Ajinkya Rahane, you're fat and everybody comes running. Take a run, get down the other end. Ajinkya Rahane, quick 50.
First ball of a new over from Sakurai. He's given width to Shikadawan, and he shouldn't do that, and he's slapped it through extra cover, and he's going to pick up the first boundary of the day. Yeah, you don't want to give that sort of opening to a man in such good form as Shikadawan, and he's put that away absolutely beautifully. We should have some more tweets between balls if we can, because didn't have a chance to get anything between overs. So keep an eye out, Tony, as Sakurai is in again. It's nicely turned into the onside. They might even think of a second. No, I think it's Chris Morris moving around to his left who does the fielding. And the Delhi Capitals are into double figures, 10 for 1. Tony.
Yes, indeed. Diana Patterson. Oh, Farong first, I think, says, greetings from a stinking hot Dhaka, IPL Rule 222. If a ginger is ruled out of the remainder of the tournament, then he must be replaced by another ginger. So which ginger will replace Stokes? There we go. That's a good question. Diana Patterson says, seems to think I'm in a brown study mood, which I had to quickly look up. Means preoccupied with my own thoughts and not really paying attention, as far as I can tell.
Pay attention at the back there, Bishop, will you?
I'm very impressed that Diana is watching me that closely, but I shall take that on board. I'm sorry, Diana. Jay Grover is with us, of course. Afternoon all, just got my first COVID vaccination today, and the nurse were ginger. I was terrified she was going to take her mask off and contacts and revealed her sin as an English captaining Irishman and inject me with plutonium.
Yes, indeed, off the outside edge of Ajinkya Rahane as he starts to come down the wicket to that one and plays a drive. It goes down to third man, and they'll pick up a single.
Now I'm going to
off and running immediately.
I'm going to say what I said, and I think Anindo agrees with me. Rahane seems a really odd person to be batting at number 3 in a T20.
Do you know, that was exactly what I was thinking when I was writing down the teams. Isn't that strange? Yes, I mean he can play an attacking game. I mean, he's not a Pujara. He's a lot more attacking than that. Here is Sakurai bowls, and this is just gently stroked up wide to mid-off, and they take another single. So they're being quite watchful at the moment. Just a one bad ball really in this inning so far, which allowed Shikadawan to loosen his arms. But quite impressive from these two left armers. And Delhi are 12 for 1.
Who is Pujara? Who picked him up?
Chennai. CSK. Yeah, indeed. It was a reward for him having done so well in Australia, I believe. That's what they said.
So then just going to sit him on a bench, yeah?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it'd be nice to see if he does get a game or two. He's been practicing his range hitting. Flicked by Rahane, this time straight to mid-wicket. He's quite tight there on the single. And there is no run. 29 now, of course. Jaidev Unadkat, the bowler at the other end. I wonder, 2 left armers to start with. I think we've seen it with... who else do we see it with? It was Mumbai. They've got Trent Bolton, they've got Marco Jansen, haven't they? They've doubled up on left arm quickies to open an innings. But, maybe you don't get to play that against too many of those. And so it means you have to sort of change your angle as a batsman slightly. Your stance. Short, pulled away. Don't think there's anyone out there. No. There isn't. He's got the right angle, Rahane, and he's picked up 4. Who are we to say he shouldn't bat at 3? He's got 5 from 3 balls.
Well,
1, 2,
what I was just about to say,
4.
Pujara could be a revelation. I mean, he's a class bat. He's clearly got a bloody good eye. He just plays how he does in test matches. I'm sure if he's that good, he can probably hit a fucking long ball, or at least find gaps and move his feet around. It'll be interesting to see if he does get a game what he actually plays like. And he's played in the IPL before, but not for, what's it, 10 years or something?
It's quite a while. Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, it'd be fascinating to see him play. To see, we talk about adapting your games. Mainly, you're talking about people adapting their game from T20 to Test cricket. This is a man who's got to adapt it in another way.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing him get a game. Whether he will, or as you say, it's just maybe sentimental. Shikadawan comes way across. Is that a brilliant catch? It is a brilliant catch. It's brilliant anticipation from Sanju Samson behind the stumps. He saw Shikadawan go across. He played the little paddle, and he'd already started to go down the leg side. He then threw in the dive, grabbed it out of the air, and now Shikadawan has gone, and Unadkat has got 2 for 3. wonderful one-handed take by the Rajasthan keeper and captain, who's showing that captaincy is working out quite well for him. But it does mean that coming to the crease is none other than his opposite number. It's Rishabh Pant.
Exciting time. Jersey Oak, by the way, was talking to...
Sorry, sometimes the jingle machine takes forever to actually play the jingle when you press play.
And we have Jaydev, because that was the first ball of a new over. We have Jaydev Unadkat on a hat-trick. How many times already in this series have we had bowlers, and left-arm bowlers mainly, on hat-tricks? I think we've had 3 or 4 people on the hat-trick. We've Andre Russell, Harshal Patel, Trent Bolt, and so this is the second left-armer. 2 of those are right-armers, but second left-armer to be on a hat-trick. No one has managed to complete a hat-trick so far. Well, but this is his chance.
There were 2 chances in the game we watched on Tuesday, weren't there? It was Andre Russell and Trent Bolt, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
The same game, so yeah.
Yeah, and we saw Harshal Patel had it in the opening game for RCB, was it not? So hat-trick ball goes up on the screen yet again, and this time we see whether Unadkat can pull it off. It would be a great scalp to get, wouldn't it, if he could get Rishabh Pant first ball. That really will have Delhi fans thinking a little bit. Anyway, he's just tossing the ball from hand to hand at the moment. Rishabh Pant is having a little look round. As someone said, the good players look for the gaps rather than the fielders. He's now going to have a little chat with Chris Morris, the vastly expensive Chris Morris. Perhaps that may have just paid a little bit too much for him, but we shall see. He wasn't entrusted with the winning hit, was he? He aims a drive at that, and it's only just missed the outside edge, so he goes very close to the hat-trick. But I'm afraid he doesn't manage it. Chris Morris has his hands on his head. He's gritting his teeth. He can't believe that Pant got away with that. But he did. But this is a thoroughly impressive opening spell. Just a little bit of movement off the seam there, I think, as Rishabh aimed his drive. A little bit wafty, the drive, I think. I mean, it's a strange thing to say about Rishabh Pant, but that wasn't him at his most intense. Just lured in there, I suspect. And here he comes again. 16 for 2 is the score. Back of a length, played off the back foot, found its way through. He played an amazing shot with one hand yet again. That is one of his most extraordinary innovations. You have to say he's got a strong top hand. That's gone away for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that might be part of his secret. He's got such a strong top hand, so he doesn't lose his shape, doesn't drag the bat towards mid-on or anything like that when he's trying to play those straight shots. 2,098 runs now in the IPL, strike rate of 152. He's standing about 6 inches outside his crease. He gets a good ball outside the line of off stump, and he defends it on the front foot back to the bowler. 20 for 2. Rahane has 5. Rishabh has 4, and Unadkat has 2 for 7 with 2 balls of his second over remaining. Any tweets, Tony? You can just
most definitely. Jersey Oak was saying to Jay Grover, "You've started drinking early today." Warren is asking, "Is Mrs. Bear looking to book Hendo for a wash and blow dry?"
I'm going to have a haircut tomorrow. I've booked one in.
Are you?
Yeah,
there you are.
You're brave. Outside the off stump, this time Rishabh Pant leaves it alone. And through to Sanju Samson it goes. Now, there we were talking about this being a run fest. Well, it's not turned out that way in the first 4 overs of this game, where Delhi are 20 for 2, 1 ball to go to complete the 4 overs. We're just looking at that catch. The trouble is that Sikada 1 did rather telegraph it, and then didn't really put enough on it. It was or get height on it or anything like that, really. So it was almost, in a strange way, catching practice, but a brilliant catch nonetheless. Unadkat then in to complete the over, bowls to Pant. Pant whips this up to mid-on. Too much power in the shot, and they won't get a single. That is the end of the 4th over. Delhi are 20 for 2. Tony?
Brian Barish is saying the St. Louis NHL team and the Carlton AFL team are both known as the Blues plus ice hockey is my first love. I remember watching my first games on TV circa 1987 as a 5-year-old. It's a shame that the cheapest live tickets are £25 or more. I'd go, it's the modern world, Brian, it's the modern world. Jay Grover wants to know, did the bear just tell everyone to suck a duck in ASL? I don't know what that means. Is Prithvirth Shaw the Indian Hamid? Farong, who's done some amazing stats, by the way, that we've all been looking at, says all teams play 5 matches at the respective venue, being Chennai and Mumbai. So does playing at Mumbai give your team an advantage when it comes down to net run rate? From here we go to Delhi and the Modi Dome.
Hang on, doesn't net run rate include how many runs are scored against you? I mean, isn't that how it's worked out? So, I mean, if you score 250 in Mumbai and the other team scores 230, and net rate is not going to be any worse than if you score 150 to 130 at Chennai, is it?
No, it shouldn't be. No, that's exactly how it...
Got a new bowler. Chris Morris is into the attack. He's got a slip. He bowls to Rahani, who flicks this away through mid-wicket. They're certainly going to get one. They might even think of coming back for a second here. They do indeed, as fielder comes off the boundary at deep mid-wicket. So very well played by Rahani.
And let me get a jingle in for Chris Morris.
Absolutely.
Because it's Chris, it's Chris, it's Chris Morris. Because it's Chris, it's Chris, it's Chris Morris. Because it's Chris Morris. And it's coming up now.
So bowling to Rahani, and Rahani again using his wrists to flick this through mid-wicket. Again, he's looking for a second. This time I don't think he's going to get it. He's played it squarer. So it's the man coming in from deep square leg who does the fielding. But some intelligent batting from Rahani at the moment.
Brian Barris was just letting us know, by the way, Essex have crashed out for 96 in their first innings against Durham.
Wow! Essex out for 96.
Yeah.
Green Seamer. I don't know where it is.
Surprise, surprise.
It's at Chestnut Street, presumably, isn't it? Oh no, it's at Chelmsford. Oh, right. That's curious.
It's good overheads for bowling. Nice time of year.
Talking of green seamers, Darren Stevens has been named one of the Wisden Cricketers of the Year.
I saw that.
And I think that's wonderful. I think that's wonderful. I really do.
Yeah.
Ever since he was interviewed by Annie, you see, it's a rocket ship to stardom for any cricketer.
Absolutely. If you want your career to go well, talk to Annie. He's opened his stance up a little bit, has Rishabh Pant to Morris. Morris bowls him a full toss outside of the stump, which he leans into and plays quite nicely, but not any real power, just timing. Gets it out to deep square cover, and there is no run. Sorry, there is one run, 24 for 2.
And I noticed that Booth laid into the ECB as well a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, about Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I'll have to read a bit more of that. I'm not 100% sure whether that. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I haven't really read it in detail enough to know exactly what he's saying. But we'll have a look at that. It's curious, isn't it? 168 average total batting first at the Wankhede, and yet don't they say 171 at Chennai? Odd. Full down the leg side, horrible, and then spilled by Sanju Samson. So there's byes to be added to the wide, and the score moves to 26 for 2. An extra ball as well into the bargain for Delhi. And Morris has to be careful not to let Delhi get back into this one.
Well, I'm going to apologise to people who are watching anywhere, because the API that we use obviously can't get it together to sort out the IPL very well. I've noticed that when we've been on air, occasionally they're missing things here and there. And they managed to tell us what the last 6 balls are, but they can't tell us what the score is or what the bowlers are, which is pretty crap.
Wow, that is slower ball, but Rishabh Pant lined it up and just sent it thudding through mid-off. Despite the dive by Zakaria, he couldn't pull it off, and that is 4 runs. A little bit aerial, I suppose, but it bounced well short of the man at mid-off, and straight enough. It's a great effort by the young man at mid-off, but couldn't quite get there. So Delhi moved to 30 now, and Morris is in again, bowls. This is slightly mishit by Rishabh Pant. He was aiming straighter, but it ends up going behind square leg off a thick inside edge. They will have got another single. That was much faster from Morris, 142 Ks, but it is it's not the end of the over. There's 1 ball to go. 31 for 2. We will be having a change of commentary team after this delivery. The Bear will be coming in to take over on ball by ball. Jack will be coming along, and Nestor's, I believe. Is that right? Right.
It is indeed, yes.
There we go. So Jack will be celebrating Wimbledon's 3-0 win over Ipswich the other night, much to the chagrin of poor old Grubby. Morris in, bowls, flicked away. Oh, good field positioning there at on the 45 5 for a foot either side. That was down for 4, but it was nearer to him and he manages to pull it off. That is the end of the 5th over. Delhi put into bat are 31 for 2.
Afternoon, Nestlers. Afternoon, Jack. That's a good greeting.
Afternoon.
Man dies on air.
How you doing, Bear?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good spirits.
Excellent. Thoughts so far?
Rajasthan Royals will be the happier of the two, won't they?
Yeah, they definitely will be. Rahane at number 3? That's a question, isn't it?
Rahane in the sides, the question. But then I guess Shreyas Iyer is gone, isn't he? So.
Well, yeah. Edged. Ooh, first ball of Unakat's 3rd over. It's a decent ball. Rahane's trying to turn his leg side, really. Gets an outside edge, flies past. Well, there isn't a slip. There's a man at short third man inside the circle. It beats him and runs away to the boundary for 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
I saw in your report yesterday there was a go slow. Was that what happened in the second innings?
The pitch just was completely unplayable for the last 5 overs, and Manish Pandey decided not to go anywhere in the first 15.
One of those. Unakat is in, and it's a decent length ball, defended by Pant. Very soft bottom hand, almost comes off the bat, and it goes out to cover, and there's no run. Then he plays a big slog over the mid long off, but hey.
Unplayable to the point of a complaint, Jack, or?
No, it was quite entertaining in a way. It was very similar, Bear, to the Kolkata game we watched on Tuesday night.
Okay.
It just started to get a bit sticky. Any time you tried to hit the ball in the air, it went straight up instead of
out.
Yeah.
I quite like that though. That's a big heave by Pant across the line. Doesn't really time it, and it goes out to deep square leg. Who's in front of square? Big wicket, I suppose, and that's a single. I don't mind that, because once in a while you find players that decide that actually if I don't go over the top and I play some more orthodox cricket shots and look for the actual gap. That's why I actually like Shreyas Iyer from last year, and I think Shubman Gill's a bit like that as well. They actually find the gaps, and they don't necessarily always hit the sixes, but they still go along at a jaunty pace.
That's what David Warner was doing until he hit one in the air, and then after that, every other batter just couldn't get their timing. It was very similar to that Kolkata game in that the last 5 overs scoring became incredibly tough.
Well, of course, I got Mumbai at 7-1 in that last game, which was a nice little steal at the end of the game. Beats him on the inside edge, Dazuna Cat Rahane. He's just bottom hand comes off the bat, feet go nowhere. There was a half a peel, but it kind of hit the bat. It goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Question is, Jack, have you drunk that cheap Polish lager yet?
No, that's guest beer.
That's what. But you put it in a glass so they don't know.
I won't go that far. Don't want to dirty up my glasses, do I?
Cheap beer for you. Well, you might be able to have guests around your place in a couple of months' time if we're lucky.
Yeah.
Down the track comes Rahane and gets beaten in the pace. It must have been a slower ball to get done like that. It was indeed 109.8 kilometres an hour. I think he was coming down to slap it over long on, realised he was nowhere there, and just plonked it back with a cross bat, sort of blocked it, almost like a blocked return in tennis, straight back to the bowler who caught and bowled him. And Unakat has 3 for 12 of 2.5 overs, and the 3rd wicket goes down. And Rajasthan in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, that's bad.
On your bike, mate.
And 8 off 8 is not what you need for your number 3 in a T20.
No.
He started off as captain last year, didn't he? And then they dropped him as captain. That's probably so they could get him out of the side, wasn't it? And yet they persevere with him. Here's a much better bet in a T20, I would suggest, than Rahane at number 3. But there you go. It is this man.
Oh, all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
I mean, a good thing, I suppose, even though he lost 3 wickets, if Stoinis can stay there, he can be very explosive. He's got a huge chest.
He can hit it.
He can hit it. He can hit it an awful long way. I saw him get 50 off about 12 balls last year at some point, or was it against England in some game I watched anyway. They all run into each other. I can't even remember what. I was struggling to remember who actually played on Tuesday. I came on here today. And I read your match report from yesterday and I can't even remember who was playing. Yeah, it all runs. I get so confused. It takes me a couple of weeks and I'll be there.
Just at the end, you sort it out.
Well, yeah, about halfway through, I kind of get into the rhythm. On the back foot, Stoinis to defends the last ball of the over, back down the track to the bowler. 36 for 3 after 6. It's 6 and over, but 3 wickets down, and they don't seem to be going anywhere fast. Do Delhi?
Tweets. Leah says polonium, Tony Bishop, not plutonium. Atomic number 84, not 94. I think that's in because one of Jay's tweets, who says, hello Nestlers. Mizzy Jez has joined us. Evening all. So did the Bear manage to get RCB at 7-1 yesterday, the way he got MI the day before? If there were ever a deja vu game, yesterday was it. Get your cap out for the lads, Jay Grover says. Maybe that's either at me or Owen Morgan, who's not there. At last, a decent bowler taking a shed load of wickets, says Warren. And Jay Grover to Jack. I'm on the Handy's bargain bin Chardonnay. Polish beer would be a proper step up.
What is the cheap Polish beer that you have?
It's
Skinny or something, isn't it? Because of tea, isn't it?
Tisky.
Tisky's
yes. All right. It's not that. It's not that bargain basement.
Well, I actually got it for free.
Well, there you go. That's perfect. That's even better. Played from the crease by Panthers, blocked out wide enough of cover that they can get through for a quick single.
Let me read some names from Cricket Tracker India out badly while we're here. Deepak Raj, Prithi Raj, Ranjit Solanki, Sanjay Matho, Sanjay, Raj Kumar, Dispanshu Kumar, Anindo Jutta, Bikash Jibera, and Jahil Mohammed. Hello.
Hello to you all on Cricket Tracker. If you want to, converse with us, do so via Twitter too. If you've got a phone, you can switch between the two. Ask us some questions, you never know. We might answer. If we know the answer. Delhi, so 37 for 3. Stoinis has only faced 1 ball. And he's going to face up now. Chops that into the offside. A bit too close for that, straight to point. I think that's Miller fielding, and there is no run.
Has anyone read that article by Blowers about the 100? It's been posted on the Twitter feed and has caused much rancour amongst various people.
I haven't actually read that one, no, but I read the one by Heffer.
It's just Blowers one is just sort of an old git ranting about new things, really.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, I'm not a fan of the 100. I take the view I'll see it and make a thing, then. And I know it's caused problems with the county game.
Well, that's driven sweetly timed by Stoinis, but straight at mid-off. He's on the circle. They won't get a single. My point is, so I'm going to watch it as a cricket fan who understands cricket and go, what the fuck is going on? And it's going to take me a couple of games to figure out the actual rules, because I can't be asked to actually look them up. I'll just figure it out as it's going along. But if that's the case, you've got to get your new audience in, because a lot of old gits are going to go, what? Nah.
Well, the article's all about being against woke. About changing the names and everything, and are we going to get rid of a maiden over because it's, you can't use the word maiden and things like that. You just think, mate, shut up.
Oh, slower ball beats Stoinis, doesn't move his feet, prods his bat at it. Lucky not to get an edge. It bounced before it got to Sanju Samson anyway, and he wouldn't have been out, therefore. No run, 37 for 3 after 6.4.
It's just one of those articles you read it and think, oh, for God's sake, mate, it's not for you, really.
Well, it isn't. I mean, I think the 100 probably it'll turn out that the quality of cricket is really, really good. I think it could be as good as the IPL. And as a sporting contest if it turns out that is the case, and it will be worth watching.
Yes. But then it went, oh dear, is it going to be out? Yes, he is. Another slower ball by Mustafa. The fizz is fizzing, and it was another slower ball. Run his fingers down. It's only 115 Ks, and Stoinis just went to play a shot, realised he wasn't there again, stopped in the shot, and it's just popped up off the bat. It went over the top. Was that Butler who caught that? I think it was at mid-off. It went over his head. You wondered whether he was going to get it for a while, but in the end he snapped it up with ease. And the 4th wicket goes down. This could be a short day, lads.
Yeah.
Let's give it.
Like it.
Yeah, let's give it a jingle.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
37 for 4 after 6.5. This is a disaster happening for Delhi currently. Lowest score in the IPL? Just out of curiosity. Anybody?
In its history?
Well, yeah.
Knuckle, if you're listening.
I think 49.
49.
Ringing a bell.
Really?
I think Royal Challengers Bangalore have managed to go sub 50. If someone wants to Google that, I'm sure there's one. A proper embarrassment. It's
possible.
Theoretically on, isn't it?
Yeah, theoretically it is on currently, especially if another one goes. Right, the new man at the crease is Lalit, and I've got to find a jingle for him, but I'll do that in a sec. He's facing up to the Fizz, who's in. It's defended out to cover. Butler is fielding, and there is no run. That over 1 wicket, 1 run, 37 for 4. Lalit yet to get off the mark. Pants 16 off 12. I guess he could be the saviour here. Give us some tweets, Nestlers.
49 is the lowest score. Royal Challengers Bangalore versus Kolkata Knight Riders. Yes, well done. What we got here? What we got? Tweets-wise. Come on. There we go. It's always gutting when my small C conservative views, re cricket, collides with large C conservative fuck doodles, says Jay Grover. The 100, you mean the SF 16.4, says Jersey Oak.
Yes, that'll be the one.
Mezzy says, come on, Bear, not knowing the answer has never stopped you replying before. Why start now? Blowers seems to take non-gendered language as a personal affront. Typical male reader.
Well, yeah, it does upset. Well, my wife gets upset when I call everything woke, because obviously woke started by African Americans to wake them up to what was going on at home, I suppose, is what she would tell me. Driven nicely by Pant out to deep cover, and there's no run. There's 1 run.
I think I read somewhere, someone said, like, abusing wokeness or whatever is like sort of, just having a go at people who are being nice.
Well, no, I think we tend to call too many things woke, and in other times it would have been PC, wouldn't it, and all this kind of nonsense. People just disagreeing, essentially. Different viewpoints. And old people tend to be more curmudgeonly.
Well, it seems to annoy people who it has absolutely no effect on at all.
Yes. Well, that's the point, isn't it? They're just bitching about it because someone else has said something. Anyway, Morris is in. Clipped. Nicely timed by Lanet. Wow. Jesus Christ. He just seemed to forward defend that and turn the face. But
it was going downhill.
Yeah, it is. It was.
They've got less players.
But it's gone sweetly to very wide, long on, or cow corner, whichever you prefer to call it, but it's just kept going, and it's made it to the boundary, and it's 4 runs. That were a proper cricket shot. He just leant on that, and sweet timing. It's a very full ball, and it was angled in at his leg stump. You saw that in the Test match. You'd quite happily see it go there for 4 as well. Morris is in, gets him right behind it, doesn't land it, and defends it back down the track. Length ball, 140 Ks, and there is no run.
I'll just give a shout out, he won't be listening, just to Dan Evans, who beat Novak Djokovic 2 straight sets on clay in Monte Carlo today. Well done, lad.
Well, yeah, and that is quite...
That is fucking unbelievable.
Is he actually any good, Dan Evans? I'm not a massive tennis fan.
He's talented, he's very talented. He had a problem with drugs at one point, was banned, but... No, he's a very talented player, but he's never beaten anyone that big.
Close in, short of a length, and nicely played by Lallet once more. Got right on top of it and just guided it down where through the slips would be to a very fine third man. It'll be 4 more.
We go out in the next round now.
Yeah, probably. That was a really nice shot.
Just looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, he is looking good.
He's got really nicely timed both of the shots inside them.
Well, exactly. Might do well at Chennai. There is a man out deep mid wicket, down out deep cover. There's a long leg and quite a fine third man. That one's a straighter delivery, length again by Morris. Just turns it into the leg side to mid wicket. There's no run. 1 ball left in the 8th over.
This is looking like a one-sided game. Damn up there, says Jersey Oak.
Well, I am on air. It was a bit of an aberrance on Tuesday when we had a reasonably close game. It was a good game. Unlike
went to the last over, didn't it?
Well, that's what you can hope for in a T20, isn't it? I mean, if it goes to the last over, both sides are in it. That's as good as you can get. Well, super over, I suppose. Morris in short, fished at by Lallet. Not a good shot. Maybe he's trying to play it over the top of the keeper. It's not given as a wide. And we're going to have the first Woodstock timeout. We're calling them. Everything's a Woodstock here, by the way.
The Woodstock.
It's a Woodstock timeout. It's a Woodstock, whatever it is for runouts and everything else.
The Woodstock tweeting timeout. Brian Barish says woke has definitely become a buzzword for people who are mad at any sort of social justice movement. It's sort of how we call old people with bad opinions boomers. Sally R56, yes, Sally, I did see the result in Monte Carlo, as I just said, amazing. I had an idea going to surgery this morning, said Jay. What if instead of reading the sponsors, you just use random shit the GC staff are doing? It's the Knuckle Pandy MA in Sports Journalism timeout. It's the bear on the swimming run, super maximum. Be min. Brian Barish didn't realise Monte Carlo was big enough to have a tennis stadium. In fact, the view is stunning. It is, Brian. I've been to the Monte Carlo Open a couple of times. It's quite. I mean, Monaco itself is horrible unless there's a sporting event on. Because I've been to the Grand Prix and it's brilliant with the Grand Prix, but
it's only about 2 square miles or something stupid like that, Monaco, isn't it?
It's shit apart from the harbour. I mean, the rest of it is just full of banks.
Well, of course.
Anyone beating Novak should be thoroughly congratulated, says Mezzi. And Indo's with us. Pant once again left the job of covering the nakedness of the rest of his teammates. It doesn't matter what the format is. Indeed.
Well, Rahane's playing an Indo. As we all know, that's a mistake.
And Jay tells us Stuart Lee did a very good bit on political correctness gone mad. Indeed he did, Jay. He's done many good bits, Mr. Lee. And let's have a look on Facebook. Oh, it's just an Indo. And Shiv Pujan Tiwari says hi. Narish Parzad Yadav says hi. I've read out the rest of them, I believe. I think we're all up to date. If you've got hot mic, Bear, because I haven't.
We have the Ugly Moron says greetings from a stinking hot Dhaka. Just need a bit of a breeze.
That's for wrong,
that's for wrong. I don't like your name. Yeah. Right, I'm going to look at the run line and tell you what the bookies think. Delhi Capitals 151 and a half. Do you reckon they'll get there?
I feel like it would be a pretty good effort from here.
I do as well. I'm not sure they will. I went over 183 and a half the other day, didn't I? And I got totally stuffed. So I'm going to go under 151 and it will probably get stuffed again. But I got the first 2 wickets. Under the first 2 wickets, which is good.
I think under's all right.
Yeah, I think the Pant could destroy that quite easily on his own, however.
True.
Which is often the way in a T20. Right, we're back to that action. Rian Parag is going to come in a bowl.
Yeah. I guess Delhi do have at least 2 or 3 guys who can bat down the order. So we've got Wokes to come, Ashwin to come, Tom Curran to come. So they're not as shallow in their batting lineup as some of the other IPL teams.
That is true. Now, I can't. Oh, there he is, Rian Parag. Jingle.
Rian Parag.
He's around the wicket. It's wide and cut nicely by Pant, and finds the gap in the field. There's a man out at cover, but that's gone dead square, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. That was a pretty rank first ball, really.
I guess Rabada can bat as well, can't he?
Well, he can give it a heave.
Career as a batter. Not didn't start his career, but was a batter when he was a kid.
There's an awful lot of fast bowlers with batters when they were kids, aren't they? Oh my God! What the fuck is that? That's some sort of wide right. I don't know how to describe that. It's
his
coming.
underarm ball. Well, he has a sidearm delivery. He bowled it in the first match. There he is demonstrating it in a replay of earlier. We're seeing. But Rian Parag, he has a ball that he bowls from virtually 90 degrees, and so it comes from cover effectively.
Yeah, it is. It's like a sling, but he drops his other arm and drops his leg when he does it, so it looks really quite weird. Next ball is standard. He's right arm bowling around to the left-handers, off-break bowler, and it's a decent enough ball with decent flight. It's like he's falling over as he delivers it. It's kind of weird. Very weird to watch. Too wide again. I don't think Pant's got it far enough square, and it'll go out to the man on the cover boundary and be a single. 52 for 4. Delhi.
Yeah, Parag did that the other day, didn't he? And he got warned.
Well,
he got spoken to by the umpire.
I presume if it's
too low, it's an underarm.
Underarm. Are underarms now illegal? I don't.
I think it has to be above the perpendicular, doesn't it? Or the right angle.
Yeah.
Presumably
and it was.
Presumably that came in after whoever it was bowled all those underarms in the 70s to
Chappell.
Was it Chappell? That's it.
I think it was only one.
Oh, yeah, it was the last ball of the game, wasn't it, or something? I needed 6. That's just defended off the back foot with force up towards long on, and they'll get through for a single.
It just wasn't cricket, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Benno's famous phrase, yeah.
It's one of the most disgusting things I think I've ever seen in my life.
I think the Prime Minister of Australia had to do a bit like the Sandpaper, had to do a press conference on it. It caused
There it is again. It's the it's the sidearm weird round arm ball, and Pant is kind of laughing, I think. He came down the track a little bit and nearly got beaten on the inside edge, funnily enough. Hit into his pad and was on the walk, and Sanju Samson couldn't quite grab it quick enough.
I like this. I like a bit of madness.
It's certainly madness, and there's another stop ball from around the wicket. Again, it's a bit too wide, but there is a man out, and he keeps hitting him out there. There's Pant on the cover boundary, and it'll only be a single. So 8 runs off that over.
You know, in the 100, you're allowed to chuck 3 balls in an over.
Chuck?
I'm joking.
Oh, well, it wouldn't surprise. Well, I was going to say, but
it's the chuck time.
Yeah.
Ravi Nair says, surely you can hope for more from T20 than just that it went to the last over. You should be able to appreciate decent performances too, batting, bowling or fielding, even captaincy. Well, I think we do.
I think, it's not just that, Brian. It's just that if a game is so one-sided, or you can see the result, and that's the problem. I mean, I've said this many times. You can sometimes see the result happening after about 5 or 6 overs of the second innings, and then you still got to go through it. At least if it gets to the last over, you can get some excitement. If it gets exciting getting there, that's even better. And if someone requires 4, 6, anything under 6 in the last ball, it's right up to the last ball, and it is exciting. It's good. Block driven by Pant. I think he was trying to turn it into leg side, managed to stop his hands from going through, and got it off the face of the bat out to deep cover, and there'll be a single.
There's a definite stickiness to this pitch, isn't there?
Yeah, and Unakat is in his final over. They've decided to bowl him all the way through, but he's only gone for 13. He's got 3 wickets in that time. He's bowled exceptionally well, 55 for 4. Delhi. Ah, look, the scorecards now started working. How weird is that? Incredible. Do those people, is that pre-recorded, do you think, those video walls? It must be, isn't it?
Are they corporates? Do they have to pay for it? And
I think
I presume they do, yeah.
We should get in on that.
Oh, now that's beat the inside edge of the bat, hit high up on maybe the top of the pad, maybe the thigh pad, probably pitched outside leg, probably going over the top, just kind of half a peel. No run. Stokes is still there. I thought he was coming home.
Well, maybe he's getting
that impression.
Maybe he's getting his feet. Yeah, they said he was going home in the article I read this morning. Maybe it's not as bad as they thought, and they said, no, we can fix you here.
So it depends, I suppose, but even a broken finger is going to take... Wow, I suppose a broken finger you can get up and running in 3 weeks. That one is just turned into the leg side by Lalit, and it's straight to mid-wicket. There'll be no run.
Maybe he fancies just hanging around.
Well, you wonder if he really want to do that. He's been out there since, what, January? End of January?
I mean, not to be cynical, but there might be a money factor involved as well. If he does go home, he obviously forfeits on a pro rata basis all the games he's not there for.
That's true, but I thought he didn't get paid unless he actually played.
I think you do. I don't know if you get the full whack, but you don't get nothing for sitting on the bench.
Okay, maybe I'll just stick it out for another week and get another 100 grand. Clipped into legs, sitting on the bench, prevaricating. That's just clipped into the leg side by Lalit. Can't get it past mid-wicket once again. It's another dot ball. 1 and 3 dots this over. This is a really good opening spell from Unicat.
This is by miles the best I've ever seen him. But he's a bit of a joke bowler in the IPL. He's not taken that seriously, and I think people think he's rubbish. Effectively,
probably because he had a very high price tag, clearly by his jingle originally. That's a slower ball, I think, turned into the leg side by Lalit. He'll get a single. Yeah, 107.8 Ks. Maybe he's decided to step it up this year. I don't know how old he is. Maybe he's a few years in. He's got a little bit wiser.
He's been in the league for a decade with an economy rate of nearly 9. So this is above what you'd normally expect from Unicat.
Yeah, he's bowled very well today. Maybe this is his year. Comes in, last ball of his spell. So far he's only gone for 14 runs. 2 off this over. For some reason he's not bowling. Oh, there's a bit of fiddling around in the field. Sanji's waving his arms around. And Pant is just waiting. So we see more Stokes. He looks quite smiley, looks quite happy.
Ching.
Yeah. He doesn't need the money. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Me,
he's come around the wicket on his last ball. That's his foot's gone away from underneath him. That's horrible. That could be really painful. I hope he's okay. He does seem to be okay. That's one of those ones you could really do a ligament damage to your ankle. He must have landed on the side of his foot because it just kind of slid away from underneath him. He's coming around the wicket at quite a steep angle. Yeah. Ooh. And when he's put his back foot down to go through onto his front foot, he's put it down almost on the edge of the boot, not the actual feet, and his foot's just gone underneath him, and then his front foot's slid after that. Could have done himself a serious injury there, but it looks like he's got away with it. I wonder if he'll just come over the wicket now and go, I'll just come in straight, that'd be nice. We saw Rohit did that the other day as well, didn't he, on Tuesday? On the back foot, Pant cuts that out to the man on the point boundary. It'll be a single to end the 10th over. That's end of my spell. It's good, really good spell by Unicat. 3 for 15 off his 4. I'm handing over to Jack. And Tony's joining you, and I will see you all later.
I'll catch up with some tweets before I hand over to Tony. So, Jay Grover says came back from the loo and Nessers was doing a Nazi salute. Not quite. Brian Barish has got the Benno thing. It was the most disgraceful thing I've ever seen on a cricket field. Good night. We need more knuckleball bowlers. Pounds fist, says Brian Barish. Messy Jez, Norcross came up with the excellent idea for the 100-ball bullshit last night, where the batter gets to place at least one of the fielders of his team if his team are behind. I think each team needs a joker. This is getting out of hand. It's India. For every seat, there'll be 10 VIPs. Hasten to add, I'm not singing out India for this, maybe, but the BCCI.
Anyway, here we go. We've got a bowling change. Rahul Tewatia is on and immediately short and punched through the covers by Pant all along the floor for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Tony, the next tweet is Leia's one about the cat.
Leia's one about the cat. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Indeed.
Do we want the Tewatia jingle while we're retrieving that ball? Perhaps not. Bear looks like he's walking off. Does anyone know how it goes?
No.
Okay. Well, here he is. Tewatia. Coming on since the beginning of the 10th over, isn't it? Delhi 61 for 4. Here he is. Wide again and cut fine this time by Pant for another 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Pant. Let's have that 4 jingle there, if you don't mind.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
4. A pretty loose start, Nestlers.
Yeah, I mean, well, Pant's the man for them. I know they've got some batting behind him, haven't they? But they're really looking to him now to push this forward, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've got Wokes, Ashwin, Curran, and Rabada who can all bat a bit, but they don't really want them in the 11th over. So Pant's going to have to do some of the work here as he faces up wide again from Tewatia and smacked through extra cover. That's 4-4-4 to start the over. Tewatia is struggling badly.
This is exactly what they want him to do.
Yes, and suddenly Bear's 150 bet is looking a little bit iffy. It's probably not the matchup you'd want to use that phrase, a leg spinner bowling to a left-hander, and especially Rishabh Pant, who we saw dominate spin fantastically in the series.
Where did you dream that one up from, Jack?
The ball is back and Pant is facing up again and decides just to nurdle this one into the leg side. They're going to look for 2. They're setting off. This could be close. Throw comes in to the bowler's end. There's no one at the stumps. It wasn't a great throw, and they make the 2 more comfortably than it looked at first. Hey, Nisslers.
Yeah, it did. I thought Pant was giving his partner the big thumbs up there. I think he probably didn't realise he was going to have to run like that. But no, Pant's the man, I think.
Yeah, he's taken 14 off this over. In comes Tewatia again, and that's gone off the back of the bat. It's squeezed through cover, who's dived over the ball in humiliating fashion, and so they will jog through for a single. I think 2. They managed to get 2 there, so I guess they were setting off for a quick single, and the misfield has led to the bonus run. Tony, how are you doing?
I'm doing extremely well, Jack. Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Where's the mad bowler? Get him back.
Rian Prag. It's a good question. 73 for 4, Delhi. Really picked it up in this over. Here comes Tewatia to finish things. Short again and carved through point. And that has nutmegged the fielder Sakaria out on the boundary. 20 from the over. Tewatia let down a little in the field, but also bowled pretty poorly there. There were 5 I think every delivery was a little bit short. And Delhi are up and running. Pants on fire.
Pants on fire. Linux Lear tells us Undercat's initial price tag earned him the unflattering nickname the 11.5 Crora Princess. Good first class player though. Pirate Badshaw says afternoon old salt sir. Afternoon to you too. Knuckle is replying to us saying this is the first time in 3 years that he hasn't been released and bought back at a lower price, but I don't know who he's talking about. Better use of him today by Rajasthan Royals than previously using him in the power play in the middle. Who might that be about, Jack?
Okay. Again, I think. Yeah.
Must be.
Jay Grover says, whenever I feel depressed about my middle age, I remember I still laugh at the name Tewatia and feel young again. Then a friend corrects me on my pronunciation and I feel like an idiot again. Well, there you go. Jersey Oak says the fielding in the IPL is rubbish. That's a fairly pejorative statement, but
all of it.
Nonetheless, that's Jersey Oak's opinion. to which he is very entitled.
I think we've had a bowling change. Anyway, Lalit has just picked that up. Oh my goodness, so much has happened in that. There's been a bowling change. Mustafa Zur is on. He's bowled a short one. It's whipped off his legs by Lalit. Looks like it's going for 6. Then on the boundary, it's jump scooped back into play. Not caught, but that's a fantastic piece of fielding to prevent a 6 from the guy who I can't see. Did anyone see catch the fielder there?
It's the madman. It's the mad bowler.
Ah, it's Ryan Pragg. It's
Isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it is him. It's not quite as spectacular as like the Nicholas Pooran one from last year, but it's a really good piece of fielding to prevent 6 and save 4 runs. Great concentration, and yeah, we're just seeing a replay of that. He's managed to land his foot just inside the boundary, so it is only 2. In fact, only 1. They only managed to run through it for a single there, so he has saved 5 runs.
Good man.
Work. Out there. So anyway, here is the fizz for the second ball of the over. That's wide of off stump, swung at by Pant, who only finds fresh air, and so that will be a dot ball. I do like those clawbacks that you see on the fence. And I want to riposte to whose tweet was that saying the fielding was rubbish?
Jersey Oak.
That was Jersey Oak.
Yeah, well, that certainly wasn't. And we've seen that. We'll see that over and over, I imagine.
See a lot of that these days, don't you?
Well, I guess that it is something that they practice. Here is the fizz again. Short and wide off stump. Pant rocks back and pulls that down to long on for an easy single, taking the score to 79 for 4, of which Pant has scored 46. By far the most fluent of the batters we've seen so far, and we're seeing a picture of the Safari car. What a beauty.
It's your basic SUV, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Does it go on a Safari ever, though? That's the question.
Oh, well, yeah. Tony, you've seen a lot of cricket in your time. I mean, did they used to do a lot of that kind of fielding back in the day?
What, rubbish fielding?
No, you know, the clawing it back. I don't remember seeing it a lot.
I don't recall it, I have to say.
Here's the fizz. That's short and wide down the leg side. I imagine that will be a wide, but we're getting confirmation from the umpire. He's looking for the bouncer, and his radar's slightly off there.
I can't tell you a name that comes to mind for me. Alan Elam of Kent. If I go back to my probably earlier days, Hendo would undoubtedly remember him. He was renowned for very spectacular boundary catching, particularly in the limited over format of the day, which was the John Player Sunday Afternoon League. Mm-hmm. But the fact that he was revered and considered to be so exceptional, he was essentially doing what almost every player on the boundary does today, suggests that it wasn't quite so common. No.
Here's the fizz. That's just back of a length and tucked round the corner to a wide-ish fine leg by Lalit, who goes to 12 from 13 balls.
Well, there was always backing up. There was always backing up. You know, even when the rubbish I played, there was always someone. You know, if you're running to the boundary, sort of thing, with your back to the game, you'd often have your teammate running behind you to pick the ball up. But it's that flicking off the boundary, isn't it, that seems to be more prevalent nowadays than before.
In the early days, you wouldn't tend to see 2 players chasing the ball for a start.
Can be asked.
No. There'd be no one to flick it back to.
The fizz. That's a good delivery, just wide of off stump. Pant flashes at it, but does not connect, so that'll be a dot. And the score remains at 81 for 4. I think it's like you're sort of saying, Tony. It's each team's got sort of probably 5 excellent fielders now. There might be 2 or 3. Yeah.
It's baked into their training regimes these days, where 50 years ago it certainly wouldn't have been. I don't think. I mean, those were the days when the slightly portlier fielder, bowler, would be sent to graze at third man. Balls would be waved through to the boundary, but no more.
Here's the fizz to conclude the over. That's wide of off stump, and it's a great shot from Pant, who's carved it to the fence. I mean, despite a great effort from Pirag again, who sort of slides over the top of the ball. I mean, he has gone for 4 runs.
Beautiful shot.
that wraps up the over. It's 85 for 4 after 12. Do we have any tweets in?
Well, yes, we do. But I should just say that over on Cricket Tracker India, we are getting love hearts and thumbs up and messages of joy and delight and love aplenty, which is really nice. Naresh Meena, Raju Raj, Pandari Shinda, Mahesh Rajput, Narindu Yadav Rao, Sahab, and Umesh, amongst many, many, many others. Love aplenty from SK Salu, JP Singh.
Well, if you translate Umesh Sonkar, it says, "Hi, I have come."
Well, that's no wonder he's cheerful. So there we go. Sandeep Daraj, Sahani Parvin and Shankar Kamar are just 3 names. Ajay Malik as well.
Riyan Parag is going to replace Tawak. First ball, he's bunted down the ground by Lalit for a single, which takes the partnership to 49 from 34 balls, and the Capitals to 86. Do we have any tweets quickly, Tony, to try and squeeze one in between balls?
Leah says, now that Jack is back, I can say Tysky is a sugar donkey urine. Don't let Mr. Walker tell you otherwise.
And we've had the round arm. Sorry. The Riyan Parag round arm delivery has been speared in outside Pants off stump. I mean, I think with a delivery like that, if you bowl it too often, it starts to lose its effectiveness a little bit. And Pants played that fairly comfortably out to mid wicket for a single.
You've got to mix it up, which he does, which I kind of like. You never know what's coming.
It's certainly unusual. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised more bowlers don't vary their release point. To be honest, because it's certainly presents a slightly different challenge.
It must be carefully judged to be legal, though. You would think if he dropped it 6 inches, he'd be illegal because it would be underarm. It's right on the margins of acceptability.
It is. Here he is again. That's full and hit down the ground by Lalit for another single. Looks like these two have decided the 12th, 13th over will be the boring middle overs of this innings before they regroup and go again at the death. As Pant will face up, and we're getting a nice picture of Ricky Ponting picking his nose. Yep, Pant drops that near the bowler, who's turned, and it's a direct hit. It looks like Pant's managed to scamper through for the single here. The camera is on the umpire, looking. Although Pant is walking off, so maybe I'm wrong. What do you reckon, Nestlers?
Well, I thought he looked home, but then again, they looked very, very happy. Are they checking?
The umpire did not signal. Maybe he was checking to see where the ball had gone after it hit the stumps. Pant is hunched over. Doesn't look super excited about his prospects, it has to be said.
No.
We're going up to the third umpire, Anil Chowdhury. Now, so we'll see what happens here. It was a good piece of fielding, that has to be said. So Pants dropped this into the offside. Parag has turned around, fired at the stumps, and actually, yes, he's got Pant by, what do you reckon, 6 inches there, Nestlers?
Yeah. I didn't see that myself, but and it's a Woodstock decision pending.
Yeah. So that's 2 great pieces of fielding from Parag in 3 overs. It's the Parag show at the moment.
Yeah.
Anil Chowdhury was supposed to be umpiring, not the third umpire.
Maybe he's doing both.
Now we'll see what this innings has to offer with the man gone. He doesn't look very happy.
He's listed even on the scorecard.
No, he doesn't. I mean, Pant is out. He's 51 off 32 balls, 51 of 88, which sort of shows the form he's been in compared to the other Capitals batters here. Ponting has his head in his hands, and they've sent out Tom Curran. I'd probably have gone with Wokes personally, with this long left in the innings, but the Capitals have seen fit to go elsewhere, and in comes Riyan Parag, and Lalit has decided it's his turn to have a go. He's swept him through square leg, and that will run away for 4, just evading the fielder. Good, nice shot from Lalit there, who actually has looked reasonably comfortable as well at the crease.
Yep. Senior partner in this too now. He's got to push on.
Yeah, he does. The run rate currently 7.17. It's not fantastic. Parag again, a little bit full, but it won't cost him too many, as that's knocked down too long off for a single by Lallet, who will retain the strike. It's 93 for 5 at the end of the 13th over. Tony,
yes,
where
indeed.
are we with tweets?
Well, we're right where I'm about to start here, which is Jersey Oak, who says, I always hoped someone would run into the tree at Kent. Oh, yeah, the big tree at the St Lawrence ground was the only ground to have a tree inside the boundary. I never even saw the ball hit it. These days it would be used for target practice. Yes, it would. The Jersey Jingler says there was an odd fielder as an exception who would dive around and flick balls back, but nowadays it is expected as the norm. Yep, that's pretty much what we were saying. Warren says, back in the day, the comparative to pushing the ball back was not spilling your pint as you that you placed just behind the boundary marker. That's probably very true. Jay Grover says, serious point as a non-cricket player at any level. But is there not an injury support staff so much better these days that fielding snafus are no longer career-ending? See Chris Lynn. Yeah, I think so, by and large.
Here is Tuatia to start the 14th over. He's fired that in two-leg stump. It's hit the pad and he's appealing, but I think that's probably going to slide down the leg side, Nestlers.
Yeah, they're not reviewing it, are they? No.
Doesn't look like it. The countdown timer is running out and the ball's back into Atia's hand, who is beginning his run up. Here he comes, arm over, and that one's blocked back to him. So 2 dot balls to start this over. Tuatia's first over went for 20. Pant really took a liking to him, but a good comeback here so far, as he will come in again to Lallet. Flighted, and Lallet has had a massive heave at that one and succeeded only in hitting it into his own foot. So 3 dots. Nessa's good over so far.
Yes, I mean the dot balls in T20's golden, isn't it? That was a fantastic piece of fielding.
Yeah, we'll see. Every time you see that, it looks better because he doesn't really have time to aim the throw. He sort of fires on the spin. A little bit of a Bhangra dance, I think. As Tuatia comes in again. This one. Lallet will score off as he knocks it down to long on. I think that's Butler fielding down there, who returns it.
I always used to get very angry when I played Sunday seconds about the lack of attentiveness that was given to fielding, and because I used to point out, you save so many runs if you're up and about on the field. And I used to get dogs abuse from some people who'd rather go on the boundary and smoke a fag.
I think that applies even more to the amateur game, to be honest. Here's Tuatia for the 5th delivery of his over, and Curran is off the mark first ball, knocking the ball down too long off for a single. Yeah, I think at the top level of the game now, as you've both sort of been saying, people are conditioned so strongly. Or they spend so much time fielding that there is no excuse. In amateur cricket, there are still people who, as you say, see the boundary as an opportunity to sit on nearby park benches. Here is Tuatia, and that's knocked back to him by Lallet for a dot ball. That's just 2 off the over. So Tuatia's figures now read 0 for 22 from his 2. Delhi Capitals on 95 for 5. Tony will go over to you.
Yes, indeed. Jersey Oak, we're still talking about the round arm. He's no lower than Malinga. No, I think that's right, Jersey Oak. I think the difference, of course, is his is an occasional use of it, which probably tricks you into thinking it is lower than Malinga, just because it's unexpected when you see it. So,
as Jack said, as long as it's above the sort of the 90 degree sort of or 45 degree angle, you're fine.
1 from his first over says Farong for the Fizz is easily his best in the past 3 years. He's a real stats man, is Farong. The ongoing tracking stats that he's been kindly volunteering for us are quite magnificent. So just keep them coming. A word of praise for them because they're superb. Jay Grover says, what seems to unite cricket teams the world over is the erroneous belief that Wokes is shit. Why? He's just a bit understated, I think. That's the thing with Chris Wokes.
We're going to have the other Chris in the game today, Chris Morris.
He's anything but understated with that price tag.
The multi-million-pound man. First ball wide of off stump and swung out and missed by Tom Curran. Chris Morris, he's not started this game too well. Gone for 20. from his first 2 overs. Certainly, he's been more effective at the death than in the middle and the beginning of matches in the IPL in the past. As he comes in again, that short and pulled by Curran out to deep mid-wicket, and he's managed to get 4 there. Didn't look like he timed it perfectly. A lot of strength on show there, Nestlers.
Yeah, he didn't get hold of that properly at all. But off out, is that cow?
I think that's definitely cow.
It's definitely cow.
2 plus 2 is on
So in the cricket I played, there would be a bloke out there lying down having a fag,
He might get that one.
and you shout at him, and he'd sort of wake up and miss it.
Here comes Morris again then. Short and tucked round the corner. This will probably be 1. Yep, out to the deep backward square fielder who's returning the ball as I speak. So Curran moves to 6.
Your
Delhi.
comment earlier about sticky wicket, this is looking a bit sticky, isn't it? The timing isn't great. I haven't seen particularly anything that's made me sort of, from the batting perspective, really kind of go, oh wow.
Was that the end of the over? Are we the end of the over?
No.
Still
we're not.
3 balls to go.
Good lord.
I think we have got a bit of a sticky wicket, haven't we?
I think there's certainly a stickiness to the surface. Tacky. Morris in, that's wide off stump, and an under edge through to the wicketkeeper, but all along the floor from Lalit, who I think is trying to get onto it, but losing his shape a little bit, to be honest. He looked better when he was trying to time the ball earlier in his innings, and that, to be honest, was quite ugly.
Sticky wicket used to be the name of a drummer in the Steve Gibbons band, I recall.
That is an amazing fact.
So,
rather pointless, but they're
couple of balls left in this over, and Morris is in. That's a good shot from Lalit. He's stayed in position there, but he's out. Actually, it turns out I don't think that was quite as good a shot as I thought. The camera angle made it look like it was sailing for 6, but it's barely left the circle, and Twatia has taken a very good catch running backwards. So Lalit is gone for 20 off 24 balls. I think the pressure started to tell on him a bit towards the end there, didn't it, Nestlers?
Yeah, I mean, he had to, he had to go for it, but like as I was saying, and like you said, I don't think they're timing it well enough. He even panned. It doesn't feel like anyone's really got into the sort of pitch of the ball, or but maybe this man can do it.
Yep.
We rate him.
I'm sure every time Morris takes a wicket, he's counting his cost per wicket. No wonder he gets so excited. You go, right, that's it. That's brought the old cost per wicket down.
It's below $1 million a wicket now. Bear, should we have the jingle for the wicket, and then we'll talk about Chris Wokes.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
So we've got an English duo at the crease now. It's Wokes and Curran of the Tom variety. One more ball of my stint, and then I will be handing over. And here it comes from Chris Morris. It's a Yorker, but he doesn't quite find the block hole, and it's knocked out to deep mid-wicket by Curran for a reasonably easy 2. Chris Morris, for some reason, fires the ball to the wicketkeeper, but nothing doing. The score is 103 for 6. 15 overs have passed. I'm not 100% sure who I'm handing over to.
You're handing to me, I believe.
Someone will know. There we are, Tony. Enjoy the death
I think
overs.
I'm vaguely. Yep, the death overs. Oh lord, that sounds really worrying.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 the death overs. I think your next tweet was something I'd noticed. Leah and Brian Barish have started calling each other grandma and granddad.
Well,
I'm not entirely sure why or what presaged that, but it's all rather nice.
It's for Hendo, not for me. I'm off.
Oh, is it? Well, there you go, Hendo.
Yeah, it's me. It's me on Twitter. It is indeed. Oxymoronica, he says, sorry for tarnishing the Gorilla Kingdom with the Daily Mail article. It was my stepmother who sent me the Blurs article, found it amusing. He says it's good to hear someone from the old guard being un-PC, anti-woke and standing up to gender bendering of the game. Well, that's an opinion. Won't be shared by everyone, I suppose. Put it out there and people can make their own minds up.
Well, Chris Wokes is yet to face, but he's going to be facing now, and he's going to be facing Rahul Tewatia. A name that makes Jay Grover to chuckle despite himself. There's a slip in place, it's given plenty of air, and it's just nudged to mid-on, and he's going to have to hurry, is Wokes, but he's often running with a very sharp single from his first ball. Tewatia was quick to try and throw that down, but wasn't able to.
That could have quite easily been a run out, couldn't it?
Well, it was. It's very close.
He would have been miles out of that hit. Pant ran himself out, didn't he? Really? I mean, I know it's T20 and you got to go for it. It's a really good bit of fielding by the bowler. Some run out Pant, and it's really changed things around.
Swatches in again. Onto the back foot goes Tom Curran. Gives himself room, carves it away into the offside, and will just get a single. Wokes back onto strike. So you want to be pushing things along here, but they're doing it in singles and running tidily. I suppose both of these two have got the ability, haven't they, Bear, to clear the ropes when they want to. Tewatia in, and that's flicked again, but flicked straight to mid-on, and there's no run from Wokes, who looks frustrated. He seems to be mumbling and grumbling to himself under that blue helmet, and clearly felt he could have got more of that. It's good tidy stuff from Tewatia. A bit of air, down the track comes Wokes again. He picks out that man at mid-on, and again there's no run.
It was a fairly straight mid-wicket. My favourite position, Tone. My favourite position.
Straight mid-wicket?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, it's certainly quite short.
Perfect. If it's a gap, it goes out. You give a single away, but it gets frustrating as a batsman. It gets frustrating as a batsman if you can't get.
Well, it does. I mean, and Wokes, because it's precisely where Wokes is trying to flick the ball. I mean, it's it's up to Wokes to find something different, which he has done by stepping back, cutting. But he cuts down to a deep extra cover and will get himself another single. So once again, they're dealing in singles. It's 105 for 6. There's one ball left of the 16th over, and having had two very high scores here at Mumbai, we look this time around in honour of your visit there. Undoubtedly, we're going to have a low. We're going to have a low scorer. Tewachia's in. Back foot for Curran, just a nudge. They take one. Will they come back for two? They're going to have to push. They are going to. That short mid wicket had disappeared, and as a result, the Bear will point out should have left him there because it's cost him.
It's cost you 2
and we're
runs.
going to have a timeout. Well, of course we are.
It's a Woodstock timeout.
Consider tyres.
No. We're calling everything as a Woodstock.
Well, it's time for considered tyres if you're in Mumbai. Obviously, we are thinking about the 15% discount that you can get on the very finest, handcrafted, magnificent cricket. Bats, pads, gloves, gear of any kind, holdalls, leisure wear, you name it.
Straps.
Go to our website, you will find some phenomenal kit, and we work very closely with them. If you buy anything, not only do you save a shed load of money, you help us as well.
But you have to remember to use the code GC Radio.
GC Radio, thank you very much.
Do you have to use the code on that as well as on Hot Mic? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Josie Oak says Moneybags Morris going for a lot. He's going for a few, isn't he? He's now got a wicket. Wokes is not shit, says Jay Grover. His dance moves are effing sweet. And Tony and Nessers are on music. Bliss, or talking about music. Really.
Oh, who said that?
Chris Morris. That's Jay Grover, sorry.
Oh, Jack.
Chris Morris says... sorry, not Chris Morris doesn't say anything. Warren says Chris Morris is looking very Hitlerish. Jay Grover is wondering whether Jack was talking to you in a disrespectful tone. I didn't hear that, so I'm not sure what that was all about.
Don't think so.
Oh my god, am I the only one who thought Hendo spoke too quickly to understand? Understand what?
Sorry, say that again.
There you go. As Tony pronounces the name properly, I no longer find it funny. That'll be Tewatia, I presume.
Oh, Tewatia, yes, I believe so, yeah.
And Jeff Perkins says, I thought Tewatia made Woy Pom chuckle because of himself, not despite himself. And Joe Grover says it's a Nakul Pandey sports journalism MA timeout. So there you go. That's up to date, pretty much.
That would be very interesting. We were getting as well, I might point out, a huge amount of love and care and attention on with our friends at Cricket Tracker India. But it's interesting. It is interesting to me that you'd have two such huge scores, and today it'll take a big old shifting gear.
Well, I was
to
just,
get to what?
Well, I was
150, and
I was just about to say, I wonder if this is because, much like the Test series, they've got two different types of clay for all the wickets, and
Black and red.
They've happened to move on to whatever the one that's unconducive to batting is. They had the two first games on whatever it is. I think it's the red clay is the one that's all right. No, the red clay was the one that. Yeah.
Well, that was in Chennai. I don't know whether the soil is the same in Mumbai.
Well, no, I don't either. But I mean, it was in Pune and everywhere else. They seem to decide that they're going to have two different types of surface, and maybe this is the second type, which is harder to bat on.
Well, it's going to be the Fizz as we rescue the Monty Don of cricket, the bear, and his global knowledge of soil types, as this is guided away through extra cover and 4 runs. Nicely played by Wokes. It looked a bit uppish, but it was effective.
There was no one out there.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And he plays that shot very well.
He does. I was going to say. I mean, that was deliberately aerial. I think he was trying to get it over the top of the infield. If there was one, there is a man at extra cover there, Joss Butler. He played shots like that. Do you remember against Pakistan last year in that test that he won for us with Joss Butler?
It's a very deliberate stroke, isn't it? The way he bends his knees, and he kind of bends his knees to get the lift in and the swing in the bat.
Absolutely.
Kind of effortless as well.
In comes the Fizz. He's coming over the wicket, and Wokes guides this time. There's no way that's going over anybody. It is going straight out to cover. It will just be a single for him. It will bring the Curran with the initial T into the action. Again, we're talking. So Bear thinks it might be something to do with the soil.
Well, I mean, different. They've obviously, they've probably got a big square with lots of different types of wickets.
The last two Mumbai games have both been, this year, the average, admittedly in 2 games, is 200 and a bit. So we're going to be so far south of that. That's nicely played by Curran, but anticipated well in the field. A man was there waiting at short third man. This one, though, is... we're watching replays. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah. You've also got to give credit to the bowler. I thought Unagat bowled really well. I mean, his slower balls were superb. Really well disguised. There was also one from Mustafizar earlier on that was an absolute beauty, the way it almost came out the side of his hand. He almost bowled kind of like a leg cutter, I suppose, but really well hidden. I think they bowled very well. I think there may be a little bit more grass on this pitch than the one before. They did show the camera going down the pitch a few minutes ago.
Here comes Mustafa. That's up high. Surely there's someone underneath it. Oh, there was a man running around from long off. He couldn't get there. Spilt it. I think he'd got enough, but the catcher's gone down.
I don't think he got there. I think he was lucky. That went straight behind the bowler, didn't it? No, he didn't get there.
No, he didn't. He was just short. As he dived onto the blue advertising strip, which probably didn't help too much, to be honest. And it's 114 for 6. Tom Curran is on 13. 7 so far off this Mustafa over. That's taken an edge, has it? It was certainly quick, and it pinged past Tom Curran's outside edge. Excellent delivery. Seemed to find an extra yard and a half of pace there to beat Curran.
Oh, Parag's been the fielder, hasn't he? He's the one that everyone else in Delhi's team has not been doing too well when it's come to fielding, but he's been the standout man out there.
This way too. Sandy Sampson behind the stumps.
Was he just doing a Mark Wood?
What, being a horse?
Yeah.
There's a back foot from Curran. Slapped, but only slapped as far as long off, and it's another single. It's the end of that Mustafizur over, I beg his pardon.
No, it's more like, well, I mean, I guess it would be like a Westerner trying to do a surf move, but I imagine it's actually an Indian dance move of some description.
It looked like he was sort of doing the Mark Wood with the reins, that he does on the outfield, so very similar to that.
There is literally no end to the Bears' talent. From gardening and Indian soils to different types of dance move, Bhangra beat dance moves.
It's amazing, isn't
there
it?
There is literally no end to his font of huge knowledge.
The funny thing is, I can pull this shit out of nowhere.
Or
but
stuff he makes up.
I can't remember what happened yesterday. You know.
Me too. Well, that's dementia, isn't it? Basically.
Shit.
Well,
I'm only 50.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're fine. 215 for 6. If worthy to be going at the current run rate, they'd only end up at 135. You have to assume they will accelerate beyond that, but
they'll be lucky to get 150.
I've been discussing at some length. That's something of a come down.
They're going to be looking at
140
here, and that's what they're going to aim for.
Sakaria is replacing Tuatia, and it goes straight out to mid-off from Tom Curran, and there will be a single, I would have thought.
I can give you a jingle for him if you like. Here
Please do. Please do.
Chatting Sakaria all the time. Chatting, chatting, chatting. Chatting Sakaria all the time.
Oh, that has to be Jeff Perkins if it's Beatles influenced, as this one is steered by Wokes and beats third man and will get 4 runs. And there was some comment earlier about poor IPL fielding. I'd have to see that again, but that looked very much in that category.
Yeah, it was. That was pretty poor fielding. It's one of these.
1 2 ka 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
It was horrible. He seemed to dive too soon there, didn't he?
He dived a little bit too soon and then actually didn't make the effort to stretch his arm. And it was brilliant.
So not a lot to commend it.
No.
I'm afraid, as Sakaria is going to be around the wicket. The left armour, and Wokes has just pushed it to mid off, and there will be just a single. The last 21 balls have contributed 26 runs and a wicket. So considering we are at the sharp end of this Capitals innings, it's not been super quick progress. In fact, the most optimistic projected score at 10 and over would have, as we'll just hold on, as this one is hauled away, but down to long on, just a single. I was reading one of our messages and I lost my thread. But nonetheless, 122 for 6. Sakaria has gone 4, 5, 7 so far in this over, but hasn't been helped by his field, I have to say. Poor lad. Because he would have gone for singles if had the 1970s Scottish goalkeeping not come into play. In he comes, back foot from Wokes. Sakaria seems to get in the way trying to field it. They collide, but still a single can be taken. So dealing in singles, apart from that one unfortunate boundary. Good footwork again from Chris Wokes, who's looking to give himself room to manoeuvre the ball around the wicket. But it's more a case of manoeuvring there, isn't it, than powering it about.
Yeah, well, you know,
Comes Chetan Sakaria again. Full. That's an excellent Yorker again. It should only be a single. It's down to long on. And I think Wokes was considering advancing down the track there. Sakaria pushed it in much fuller as a genuine Yorker, and Wokes, the best he could do was just get himself another single. 124 for 6. End of the over. Hendo.
Yeah, Farong says Chennai and Mumbai, both red pitches. The Modi Dome has both variations. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of Ahmedabad when I said Chennai. We shouldn't expect anything less from the greatest cricket stadium in the world. It's a little diagram there. Red soil, less elasticity, less clay content, more elasticity, and black soil lasts longer, more clay content.
Who's telling us that?
That's Farong.
That's right. Is there nothing he doesn't know?
Well, he knows about pitches in that part of the world.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Oh, he does. Well, I never equated it to elasticity, though.
No.
As that one is, well, I think Tom Curran was looking to haul it away to leg. No. And somehow, do you think so? Do you think he played that?
He played that. He
got himself a 4 anyway.
He opened the face and drilled it through the covers. That's a good shot.
Yes, it was intentional. Now I see that angle.
That'd be an extraordinarily good miss hit if he drilled it that hard.
Yeah, well, it would. It was way through extra cover it went.
I was going to say, I mean, you can't. The thing is, I guess these guys are 7 and 8, and you don't get to bat a lot in T20. And if you do, you're usually coming out for a thrash in the last, hopefully 12 balls.
Very difficult. I was quite surprised I didn't bring Wokes in at 6, to be honest. I didn't know anything about Lalit Yadav. who's done okay, or did okay. But and then Curran coming in above Wokes. I wasn't sure about that either. I don't think you'd get that in a test match, put it that way.
No. I mean, they're both genuine all-rounders. They both can bat a bit, but I'd probably have Wokes.
I'd say Wokes is a superior batsman in general to Tom Curran.
Yeah.
Answer to your question, Hendo, on the message. Yeah, we can do that. Not a problem. As the fizz is in, and he's bowled Tom Curran, who was looking to work into leg. The fizz has taken the top of his off stump, and Tom Curran's flurry has flurried itself out, and he is heading back to the pavilion.
Look at how good the ball this is. That's that disguised one. That's a brilliant slower ball.
Yep.
He's played right over the top of it.
All around it.
He hides that so well in his hand. It's brilliant. Brilliant from Mustafizar. Talking of Mustafizar, I will bring you this tweet which made me laugh. From Ravi Nair. It said, "It's been marvellous listening to Tony Bishop trying and failing to pronounce Mustafizar. We've had Mustafiz, Mustafa, Mustafa, Moustache. We wait with bated breath."
There wasn't Moustache.
Just call him the Fizz.
Well, I think, maybe using a bit of journalistic license.
Mustafizar.
I think he might have been using a bit of journalistic license there.
It's Mustafizar.
Yeah, it's not easy to say quickly. That's the point.
Mustafizar.
Just keep practicing, Tony.
I find anything with more than 4 syllables quite difficult.
I'm going to play this under your talking because it's a long jingle.
Okay, I should get you to read some of the Crick Tracker messages for us then, Hendo.
You won't, because I'm not on Crick Tracker, I'm afraid. I've got too many things up on my screen. I can't possibly have Crick Tracker up as well.
It fails your 4-syllable tests, therefore you can't receive it. This one's wide from the fizz, and Ashwin has just lofted it over backward point. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Super shot. What a start for Ravi. I beg your pardon.
I think they'll be looking at 140. If they can get to 150 here, they'll be quite happy. They've got 9 balls left and they need 17 runs.
That would have been 10 and over from where they were when we were talking about it a while ago.
Well, they've got 8
off. Strike rate of 111. Does our Ashwin?
Well, they've got 4 wicket 4 so far this over. That's 8 with 3 balls to go. So they should be able to get 10 off this, and if they can get another boundary, they might be able to get 14, 15.
Well, I said 140. I thought 140 was what they would be aiming for. If they get more than that, I think they'll be reasonably happy from where they were.
Well, I would think so. Although you'd equally be happy if you were the Royals.
Yep.
As in comes the Fizz, as I shall just call him for now, and he beats a swing from Ashwin, who had stepped away outside leg, and beats the bat completely.
Did a little bit of a jig on
Gets himself a dot ball
on the crease, didn't he?
It nearly, actually, to be fair, it nearly smacked the top of middle stump. So much room had Ashwin given himself, and nearly swung himself off his feet into the process.
There's another little cutter, just rolled his wrist.
Yeah, through to Sanju Samson. It went, but it could so easily have been a wicket. 132 for 7. 2 balls left of this 19th over as the Fizz is in, and a single will be run. Will they turn for 2? They will.
Good running.
They seem to roll very slowly out to extra cover. 2 fielders converged, but nonetheless they managed to turn what I thought was going to be 1 into 2. So excellent piece of play.
Very elastic wrist he's got, isn't he? You're right, Hendo. He really kind of
he hides that, doesn't he? And
Yeah.
he uses so much wrist, but you can't really tell whether it's going to come out the back of the hand or whether it's going to be the leg cutter or quite what it is. He holds it back. I mean, it just completely did Tom Curran. I mean, it was a delicious delivery. It was a reminder of Harmison getting Michael Clark in some respects.
Yes.
Well, it'll be the last ball of the Fizz's day, unless he does something wrong.
No.
He has done. I think he's speared that wide and signalled as such, and it's not the last ball of his day. It's 1 extra to the score for the Capitals, and well, that wasn't really too clever.
Well, on the basis that Ravi's suggesting you've called him Moustache, you could just call him the Tash, as he comes
The Tash instead of the Fizz.
Instead of the Fizz, yeah.
We call him the Tash.
Or even the Fizzing Tash.
The Fizzing Tash. Mustafizar. I don't know. I do know how to say it. It's not a name I've normally had a problem with, so I don't know why I might suddenly have one today. But there we go. As Mustafizar is in, slapped by Ashwin down to long off. They will turn for 2.
Ooh!
and it is extremely close.
I
The
think that's
umpires will have a look. Who is that second umpire? Certainly not as was. It should have been Sundaram Ravi and Anil Chowdhury, but I think Chowdhury's been given as the third umpire.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's a bit strange. Yeah. So there was a substitution that's definitely not on the scoreboard. We'll have a look at the run out. Gone by a country mile. Well, if I suppose a foot and a bit is a country mile.
It is in this game.
There is a wicket. It is in this game. It's as good as a mile. And the Woodstock out tide has gone up. Isn't that what we're going to call wickets anyway in the future? Outs. So out it is. If there's any young people or ladies who struggle to understand the rules of cricket and some of the terminology, go and watch the 100 because they're going to make it so much easier. Apparently.
I mean, do we do that in other sports? Is there any sort of precedent for that in other sports? Oh, it's
the dumbing down of language.
Well, yeah. I mean, how could we make the offside rule more easy for people? What could we call it that would make it much more easy for people to understand? Because I remember years ago, you're sitting here watching TV, and someone else who doesn't really follow football will say, "What does that mean? Why was that offside?"
Zakaria, sorry, Hendo Zakaria is going to bowl the final over of the innings. He's going to bowl it to Kagisa Rabada.
Who's got a jingle like this?
Got this jingle.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Rabada pushed the first one away. Just the second ball we're now looking at.
No, that's the
run
run
out.
out.
The run out. Yes, I thought so. Yeah. And he was a long way short of his ground.
They got to run. You got to try and run everything, haven't you? I mean, it doesn't really matter. You've still got 3 wickets left, and only 1 over left. So
Sanju Samson will have harder run outs to complete than that one. It was plonked straight into his gloves, and he had time aplenty as well. Rabada has a strike rate of 98 overall. He's looked to loft this one down the ground, but he's only got it as far as long on. He will just take a single. He'll bring Wokes, perhaps the more established of the pair, or definitely the more established of the pair, having faced 10 balls. He'll be back on 2 strike. Joss Buttler is the man down there. So it seems strange to see Buttler patrolling the outfield and not with a pair of gloves on, and don't want to get into that long and heated debate that whether he should wear the England gloves or not, but something looks really weird when he's in the field. Just doesn't look right to me. This one is pulled by Wokes, but he doesn't really get hold of it, and it dribbles its way just past the back of the square leg, and it will only be a single.
Well, Zakaria's bowled all right, hasn't he? He's in his 4th over, then he got to 25.
Oh, he's very good. He looks very good. Fine, doesn't he? I mean, you've heard about his background. I mean, he was picked up in the auction after putting himself there at the base price, picked up for 120 grand English pounds, if you want to do it that way. But his brother committed suicide about 3 weeks before the auction.
Oh man!
Oh yeah, it was awful.
Really sad.
And this was up and long, and 2 fielders converging. It drops between them, down at long off, and they will get 2. Isn't part of that story that they'd also lost, well, at least their dad quite young, and therefore the brother was very much the breadwinner? Or am I mixing up my?
No, I think you're mixing up stories. You're mixing up your backstories. No, I mean, he has been. His dad was forced out of work. I think he lost his job or something.
Yeah, but there was I knew there was something around the dad and why. I mean, obviously the loss of his brother is tragic and awful, but there was a supplementary part to the story. I recall. Down the track comes Rabada, has a swing, and top edges, and will get a fortuitous but nonetheless welcome for
bottom edge.
Bottom edge
through a very fine leg for 4 runs.
He was going to swing it somewhere. There was a lot of meat went into that particular effort.
That's the way it goes.
He seemed to quite enjoy it as well. It's all very good natured out there, which is good to see. 1 ball left, or at least there should be. Last time I suggested that for Mustafa Zur, he went and bowled a horrible wide. Let's hope Zakaria has something better. Down this, bunted away down the track, straight to long on. They are going to have to take 2, and they do. Sampson takes it, but this time there's no easy pickings for a run out. So the Delhi Capitals finish on 147 for 8, and that to me there seems somewhat below par, although it has been a slightly tacky wicket.
Well, it has been, and to be honest, at one point I'd have thought that was a good score to get to. Pant was the only man who really got going out of the entire side, and everyone else has kind of chipped in. There's some good chipping in at the end to get them to that score, to be fair, because once Pant was out, you thought that maybe it could all go horribly wrong and they'd end up with about 120, maybe even 110, but they got themselves. Is it a competitive score? We'll have to wait. You don't know until the second team bats, but they lost too many early wickets to be able to put a lot of pressure on. I mean, they lost 4 wickets within about 8 overs, and their big hitters from the first game, Prithvi Shaw and Shikhar Dhawan, both didn't get many runs, and so they were always under pressure. They got a half decent bowling attack though, let's be honest. I mean, you got, well, Nortke's not there, but you got Ashwin and Rabada. Sorry, batting.
Yeah, that's right. Ashwin and Rabada. You got Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
And Avish Khan, who I thought bowled really well the other day.
Nortke, of course, who's missing because of late COVID test, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll quickly give you the highlights of the score. We won't go through the whole scorecard. We'll actually talk about the county scores. Actually, were during the lunch break. May not be of such huge interest to our Indian friends, but who knows? Rishabh Pant, as you were rightly saying, 51 for him, for the Capitals captain, off 32. Lalit Yadav got 20 off 24. Tom Curran 21 off 16. Chris Wokes was not out on 15 off 11 at the end, as was Rabada with a very nippy 9 off 4. 147 for 8. Pick of the bowlers, definitely Jadev Undakat, 3 for 15 off his 4. Fantastic piece of bowling. Chris Morris, 1 for 27 off 3. The Fizz, Mustafa Zur Rahman, 2 for 29, bowled very tidily, one horrible ball at the end, but generally pretty good. So 148, 149, 147, 148 to win for the Rajasthan Royals. Bear, where's your money?
Well, I'm just going to say, let's see what the bookies say, shall we?
And that's hedging your bets a bit, isn't it, Bear?
Well, no,
I want you. I want you to come down on one side. You're the man. You're the man.
Well, I'd be tempted. I imagine that Delhi are not favourites, but they've got a decent bowling attack, and if they can get Butler and the big boys out early, and if the wicket is as sticky as we think it is, then it could be reasonably competitive. However, if Butler gets off to a flyer with whoever he opens with, you'd imagine they'll sail to this in about 16, 17 overs.
Tell you the crick tracker. CricViz has them at 77%, the Royals to win. Obviously, they bend with the wind, as we know, do our friends at CricViz, but currently 77% is the likelihood that they put on a Rajasthan Royals victory. We were going to look at some county scores, weren't we? Let me find them for you.
Is it match 2 of the season?
It is match 2 of the season. I'm sure it'll be snowing somewhere. But here we go. Let's have a look. And I can tell you Middlesex, who are at Hampshire. Hampshire chose to bat. They are 219 for 6 down there at the Rose Bowl. Kyle Abbott is in with Sam Northeast, who's on 61.
Is Kyle Abbott now an overseas player?
He is. Yes, he is. He is, and he's also eligible again for South Africa, aren't they?
Well, that's an interesting.
Could be very interesting indeed.
He was a class act. He was.
Wickets for Middlesex, 2 for Stephen Finn, but not surprisingly, quite expensively, 2 for 71. Wickets each for Bamber, Roland Jones, Martin Anderson and Nathan Souter. So Middlesex are playing a spinner, which at least is a good sign in this one. Let's see who else we've got. Lanky. This is Lancashire. They are at, where is this one being played? It's being played at Old Trafford. Yes, indeed it is. 205 for 5. Anyway, Lancashire, they chose to bat. Luke Woods yet to get off the mark, and Dane Villas, wicketkeeper batsman, of course. He is on 26 from 69. Simon Kerrigan, remember him?
Simon Kerrigan.
Yes. Simon Kerrigan was just out. He was out for 13. Who's doing the damage there? Let's have a quick look and see. Well, Lancashire, they've spread the runs around a bit, actually. 57 for Alex Davis. Josh Bohannon, 68 before being LBW to Kerrigan. And Keaton Jennings was out for 13. Caught Vasconcelos off the bowling of Taylor. Who else made some runs? Stephen Croft, 26. Rob Jones, 13. Dean Villas, as I said, not out, 26. Wickets there. 2 for Tom Taylor. 2 for Simon Kerrigan. 2 for 46 for him. So he does know how to take wickets, just not at the Oval in a Test match.
Well,
poor
yeah.
lad. Let's have a look. Yorkshire and Kent. Let's have a look at Yorkshire and Kent. We've done Lancashire. Let's see what's happening down at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. We were talking about the famous tree earlier, Hendo, because Alan Elam. Remember him? Alan Elam came into my mind because we were talking about boundary fielding. Don Bess is in at the moment. Yorkshire had chosen to bat. They are 274 for 6, so a couple of bonus points on the board for them. Don Bess is 32 off 55, Jordan Thompson 17 off 35. And if I have a quick look at the scorecard for you, we'll see who else made runs for Yorkshire. Adam Lythe, 97. He was caught Robinson behind the stumps for off the bowling of Milnes. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 14. Tom Lawton, 27. Joe Root, whoever he is, only managed 11. 11 off 20. He was caught behind, again to Milnes. Harry Brook, 54. So good 50 for him. LBW to Miguel Cummings, who probably should be playing at Middlesex, but isn't. Jonathan Tattersall, 11. Caught Stevens bowled leaning. And we said Don Bess and Jordan Thompson, currently the not-out batsman, who's been amongst the wickets for Kent. Harry Podmore, ex-Middlesex, 1 for 53. Darren Stevens, now we think about 146 years old, has 1 for 39. Matt Milnes, 2 for 39. Miguel Cummins, 1 for 68. And the other wicket was for Jack Leaning, who has 1 wicket for no runs at all. So that's not a bad day out for him so far. How are we doing? Let me roll down and see. Glamorgan and Sussex. I can tell you that in Cardiff, Glamorgan 276 for 7. Derbyshire against Worcestershire at the County Ground in Derby. They are Derbyshire 276 for 4. There's a lot of 270 somethings.
Well, it's that time of year, isn't it? I mean, if you bat well, 270 is a pretty good score, I reckon.
Well, for 4 down, I would say, yeah, definitely.
I mean, you imagine, getting towards the end of the day as well. So,
now, interestingly, Worcestershire in that one chose to field. Now, my theory is always, if you choose to field in a 4-day game, 250 is the top whack for the team batting. If the team gets beyond 250 and you've been put in, I would say it's advantage the batting side.
Well,
I think Worcestershire may well feel that on this occasion.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you exactly that, you got to think the pitch is going to do something for you, and it'll.
It's quite interesting, you know, because both Sussex down in Cardiff and Worcestershire up in Derby both probably looked at the pitch, thought to themselves, "Ooh, we're having a bowl," and they've both been slightly regretting the decision. What? Sussex slightly less so, on the grounds that they have Glamorgan 7 down. Essex, remember, Brian Barish was keeping us up to date on the county scores. Essex were all out for 96. Durham, in reply, this is at Chelmsford, are 46 for 1 off 18 overs. Let's just have a look at that 96. Who made some runs, if anybody, in the Essex innings? Essex. Made 32 for Dan Lawrence off 68. Got a bit of a run out, of course, over the winter. Perhaps carrying some of that form back because he had his moments, didn't he, in Sri Lanka? Adam Wheater, 18 off him for 44. Nobody else really made any.
It's a bit. It's just down the road from me here, and it's cold and overcast here today.
Well,
Well,
cold
same
and
here,
overcast
I've had-
everywhere.
It's raining here. So there you
Well,
go.
we've had some rain, yeah.
Wickets were pretty shared out actually for Durham. Chris Rushworth, another county veteran, 3 for 13. So again, bit of nip, a bit of dibble, a bit of double, doing the trick. 2 for 25 for Matt Salisbury, 2 for 20 for Ben Rain, and 3 for 37 for Bryden Cass. So that's the sort of the highlight there. It obviously should be going your way. Who elected to bat in that one? Durham. Who won the toss there? Nestlers, do we know?
No, you're the one looking at the scorecard, Tony.
Well, I am. I'm just going to go down.
You're the one who's supposed to tell us these things.
I will tell you who won the toss. Having been out for 96, were they put in? The toss, Essex did win the toss and chose to bat. That did not go well.
No.
Did it?
It did not.
I think we're going to start very soon, aren't we?
We are going to start very soon. Yeah, at this time of year, in these conditions, it's a toss-up. You want to bat because basically, if you're a bowling captain, you want to sit in the pavilion and keep warm.
Well, yeah. Let me just give you the scores rather than the stories elsewhere. Notts chose to bat. They are 221 for 8 at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire. Somerset, Gloucestershire chose to field. They were put in there 249 for 6 at Taunton. Leicestershire are 150 for 2. They chose to bat against Surrey. And that brings you pretty much up to date.
Thank you.
Well,
are you going to do that for the 100?
No. I'm going to take a little break now.
You are
And
indeed.
I will see you later.
I'm going to play some jingles. This man's going to come out to bat.
Prior ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone Sutler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
No, I presume I'm going to put my colours to the mast and say this man should open.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
He should be opening. It could be Wokes, of course, in which case I'll play his jingle. I'm trying to figure out who is going to open the batting with Butler.
I just saw him, but I couldn't figure out who it was.
Sanju Sampson comes in at 3, doesn't he?
Who are they missing?
They're missing Ben Stokes.
There you go. It's him.
Yeah, him. I can't see who that is.
No, I can't.
Come on, Jack. You're an IPL man. Who's opening?
Where is Jack?
He's there. He's right in front of you. Can you not see him?
No, he's not on my screen.
You see, that's the problem with PCs. They don't do the thing. They don't do what they're supposed to. He's right there in front of you.
Jack?
He's on mute though, because I can't hear him. No, he's not.
No, so I'm not on mute. I turned my mic off to move things around. It's Josh Butler.
Yeah, I know it's Josh Butler. Who's batting with Josh Butler?
Oh, that's a pretty good question. Who? I've no idea. Is the answer? It's Manan Vora according to the internet, but I can't tell you much about him. I'm afraid.
No. I've got to see if I can find his jingle as well then, because he's not.
Here he is.
He's not on the first page, and I can't even find him in the second page. So
1,024 runs, 51 matches.
Oh, there he is. I found him. He has a jingle like this. Let's see what it sounds like.
Man, you don't have
have to live on the breadline. Those days are over. You've got yourself an IPL contract.
Oh, I quite like that. That's quite good. Well, I got it wrong. I presume the man I played the jingle for will bowl the second over then. But this man is going to bowl the first over. Christ, jingles.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
The problem with jingles in this format is there's this squad of 25 players, so you've got to have them all in carts because obviously they change the teams every game, and then they're just laid out randomly, and so until you get used to the names and where they are, you're just all the time. It's terrible. I believe I'm commentating, aren't I? Yeah, so Butler's going to face up. I've gone under the full of the first wicket for 29.5. And Wokes is going to come into bowl to Butler. Goes away from him a little bit. It's too wide. Doesn't bother to play it. It's a dot ball through to the keeper. There ain't no run. Where's your money, Jack?
I think Rajasthan should have this. I think 148's.
Seems low.
The pitch has been a bit tacky, but 148 is still a pretty average score, isn't it?
It is, considering what runs we've said have been scored on this wicket or this ground before anyway. But then the other day, the game we watched on Monday was only 150 odd, wasn't it, that didn't get scored. So left alone outside the off stump once more by Butler through to the keeper and there's no run. Maybe he's
Butler thinks this is a test match.
Well,
someone tell him.
I guess you don't want to flash at a wide one. It is going away. There's a little bit of swing there. You could quite easily flash at that and get a little nick through to the keeper.
What's the most leaves you do at the start of your innings in a T20, do you think?
Well, sometimes you see sometimes you see a couple of overs go by and nothing happens. The problem is if you then go and lose a wicket, it's quite easy to catch up 2 overs worth. Butler comes down a track towards Wokes. Doesn't quite get there, just prods it up to mid-on. They scoot through for a quick single, however. And so Vora will be on strike. We know very little about him.
I think he's sort of one of those local players that's had, I just looked at his stats, kind of been okay, never been bad enough to not get a contract, but also never really lit it up. When people say there's a lot of anchor batters in the Indian player pool, he's the sort of player that we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, see, I thought Lalit was going to, when Rajasthan batted, I thought he was going to be, he started okay, but he actually ended up with a strike rate of less than 100, didn't he? And he kind of hung about.
He did.
Wokes in, short, wide, good bit of fielding at point. And they won't get it past him for a single. There's no one out in the outfield, obviously, but Shikhar Dhawan, it is. His hair's grown a bit. And there is no run. Nice.
Lalit was quite highly tipped before the tournament to be one of the more explosive newer players into the IPL. Didn't necessarily show it today though, did he?
No, sorry, that's Lalit. He looks a bit like Shikhar Dhawan. Actually, close up he doesn't, but from a little distance on the camera he did look a bit like Shikhar Dhawan. Vora is facing up to Wokes. There's a whole ring, the man out just behind, down at third man, just where that has been guided to, aerially, but in a gap. And there is a man out deep mid wicket, the 2 players out. I think there's 5 in the ring on the offside, 2 on the leg. And we see he was getting a cap.
Cap presentation.
Cap presentation. Indeed. Ricky Ponting's giving him a stern word. Telling him he's done well to get here, man. Well, he didn't. He's doing it in an Australian accent, obviously. Oh, now that's come back, cut in half. Butler. That's it. Too close to play any sort of shot, and is in no position to play one. Kind of jabbed his bat, but it's outside the off stump. It's cut back in, hit him on the top of the thigh pad, well above the stumps, and bounced out to where they have a slip in, and there is no run. Yeah, cut him in half. That there's no position to play a shot. Good first over by Wokes, and Rajasthan haven't lost a wicket though. 3 for none. Butler will continue. He's only 1 off 4. Vora has just scored the 1 off the 2. Yeah, I don't think it matters, Nestlers. I think if you can negotiate the first 2 overs, get your iron and catch up, you can quite easily get an over where you suddenly get 15 in an over and everything looks rosy again, and then you can step on from there.
Yeah, I guess my question is, I know you don't want to throw your wicket away. It's at what point do you go, okay?
I think you can only afford.
Well, yeah. What can you afford?
I think you can afford 4 balls as an opener in a T20 over the course of the first 2 overs. So if you get a single, that's fine. You get off strike, and then you miss hit another one, and you maybe leave a couple. After that, you've got to be hitting every ball for at least 1, and you've got to be finding the gaps and getting the 4s too, because there's only 2 people out. Butler has guided it to one of those as Avish. Yeah, Rabada isn't opening the bowling. Avish is opening from the other end, and it's guided down to long leg for a single. I'll see if I can find a jingle for him.
You're on social, Jack, by the way, aren't you?
I am, yeah. I was waiting for an opportunity to go through some tweets.
That's all right.
And I wasn't exactly sure where to start, but I can get one in from messages now. Tony going through the county scores at the break reminds me very much of listening to tests on the Third Network in the 60s, says messages.
Okay. I can't find an Avish in the jingle machine. That's because I'm looking at the wrong bloody side, isn't it? It's all right. Fucking forgive me. He is in, and quite not particularly. Well, no, it's a decent ball. Good length outside off stump. A little bit of width. He couldn't pierce the offside, and it goes back to the point as no run. Go on.
I'll just go back to Farong as well. Delhi failed to smack the ball over the boundary. Very un-Delhi-like, especially at Mumbai. But they did hit 24s out of a score of 147. 47 dots bowled by Rajasthan Royals. Farong with the stats again. And then Jay Grover. Chris Gale leaves like a motherfucker for the first 3 overs. And he's the best T20 batsman.
Well, yeah, he's one player you would say. Vora gets a bit cramped for room. Up on his toes. Trying to work it into the leg side off his pads. Doesn't get anything on it. There's an appeal from the bowler. It's not out. It's too high and there's no run. I found Avish's jingle. It goes a bit like this.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, Avish Khan. Bowl on the stumps, please. Bowl us a maiden, please.
Okay. He's bowled 2 dot balls in his first over, and Vora is facing up to him now. 4th ball of the over. It's length outside off stump. Tries to swivel, pull it, Vora, but can only hit the man at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 1 ball to come. It's a slow start. Yeah, Chris Gale is a classic, isn't he? I mean, he literally... but I guess someone like Chris Gale has earned, A, that reputation, and B, he's done that his entire... Well, certainly the last 10 years in T20s. And he knows that he can hit it out of the park, but he has to be there to hit it out of the park. And I often think with... Chris Gale, you see him at the beginning of the tournament, so he gets a couple of big scores and then doesn't do a lot later on in the tournament for some reason. Kind of,
he gets bored, probably.
I don't know. Slower ball, I think. Last 5th ball of the over. Vora again tries to pull, but he was absolutely nowhere near that. No, it wasn't a slow ball. It looked like it was slightly slower, but it wasn't. No run.
How old's Gale now?
40.
Right.
41 this year. I don't know if he's got to 41 yet, but he is 40, yeah.
He's become a rapper, isn't he?
Has he?
I think so.
Has, yeah.
I know Marlon Samuels has. He does some filthy stuff.
Oh, God, yeah, it's awful, isn't it?
Yeah. All gangster type stuff. Last ball of the over from Avish. And it's a bit leg-sidey. He doesn't get the most of it. There's Vora. Might have only been a leg bite. No, I think he must have got an inside edge onto his pad. No, it was a leg bite. It's pad down to the man short on a 45 on the leg side. And there will just be a leg bite after last ball. 5 for none after 2.
Couple of tweets then. So Chris with the South African flag in his name. Anyway, Delhi keeping Rabada out of the attack just to ruin Bears underbet. Is that a question? I think there's a question.
I think maybe, well, possibly, yeah. I was kind of hoping he would be opening the bowling and he'd knock a couple of people over and I'd get my bet in, but there you go.
He does. He's got very, very good power play strike rate, Rabada, so it is a little bit of a curious one. But then again, you know, Wokes It's a classic swing bowler, so if you're going to play him, you sort of have to bowl him in the first 3 or 4. Warren's got a question for you, Nestlers. He wants your thoughts on the new stadium at Wimbledon. Apparently, there's supposed to be some low-cost housing there.
A slower ball swinging away from Vora, who can't get anything on it. And there's another dot ball. He's wasting balls here. He's got 1 off 8. Unless he does something, he might as well get out anyway.
I replied to that tweet by saying that the committee at the All England Lawn Tennis and Croquet Club probably have never heard of low-cost housing.
Yeah, very true. I thought you meant the football stadium for a minute there.
Yeah,
no, I heard it's 8,500 seater, isn't it? They're going to build. Wide, full, driven, sweetly made up for it. Vora finally gets one out the middle of the bat, races away to the cover boundary, and the first one of these of the innings.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That was actually quite a poor ball by Wokes. Don't know what he was trying there, but it was full and it was wide, and it's being invited to be slapped out there.
I don't know how many people have been to Wimbledon who listen to us, but they bought the golf club across the road. That's where this new stadium's going. And it needs to be increased because it's a nightmare in the outside courts, I think.
That's a slower ball going away from Vora, but he got enough on it. There's no one straight. The men are out, probably behind square on the offside and down at deep square leg. So it's consecutive 4s as that's gone down to long on. Not particularly well hit, but hit well enough.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No one's timing it well today, are they?
No, well that says something. Maybe that does say something about the pitch. That's the thing. This is where you think maybe a 147 will be enough. I mean, Delhi, as you say, a pretty good side. Comes Wokes. Next ball's gone way up in here. I don't think there's anyone out there though. Yeah, there is someone out there. It's Kagiso Rabada. Well, they've only got 2 men out, but maybe it went.
I think he ran round.
I think he ran round. I think he was the man on the circle at mid-on, and it went up high enough that gave him time to get around to that, and it only went about 10 yards outside the 30-yard circle. So I get my bet. Kagiso Rabada has.
Number of the day.
No, he hasn't got one of them. I'm just going down the list. Kagiso Rabada has caught that, and the first wicket of the innings is gone. Wokes gets it.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
It's caught a roller bowl. Wokes 9. Ended up 9 off 11 with those 2 4s. Really pulled it back for him, but 11 balls gone for 9 runs is not what you want of an opener, and then to lose that wicket is a bit of a pain. 13 for 1.
Just the man.
Good demonstration of why nobody had heard of him before.
Well, yeah, very much so. So here is the man. He scored a ton in the last game. Here's the skipper, of course, and I can't find his jingle either. For fuck's sake, there it is.
We got to the ground around 9, and by then, Sanju Samson had begun to shine.
Yeah, he had some good innings in the last IPL. Started this one with a 100. Was it 120? Wasn't it? Off 57 balls or something.
Something like that. Yeah, 119 or was it? Or
Yeah, 119.
Pretty impressive. But you're interested to see if he's got. Is this wicket sticky as we think it is? Whether someone like Sampson's going to struggle as well.
Well, yeah, indeed. Here comes Wokes. He's up to the crease. Bowls at Butler, who can, on the back foot, force that out to cover, and there is no run. I was just going to say, so does that change the odds? No, Delhi is still 11 to 4. Interesting. If another wicket goes down, I might be tempted to bet on it, and certainly if it was Butler, I think this could be. I think against all the odds, I'm in for a second game that could be quite close.
Yeah, long way to go.
Yeah, true. There is only 13 on the board. Oh, is that out? I think that is out. That's a great catch. That's an absolute stunning ball by Wokes, and Butler has gone. That one nipped back sharply off the seam. It was quite wide. Butler did that thing when he came down the wicket. He was trying to shovel it into, or work it into the leg side. It cut him in half and caught the inside edge of the bat. Great catch by Pant behind the stumps too, diving to his left. And suddenly 2 wickets fall in quick succession, and things are getting interesting. Well indeed. Butler gets out for a second low score in this IPL. Rubbish. Yeah, bring him home.
Yeah.
Need some rest.
Do we got a few tweets?
Yeah, come on, give us some.
Jersey Oak has tweeted a picture of, I think, someone from a Mad Maxville asking when is Stoinis going to bowl. Farong saying, my main gripe with the IPL is that certain players, and that's a euphemism for Pakistani players, I think, are not considered. It is a pity that Babar Azam isn't out there. My rant for the evening. Probably true, to be honest. Jay Grover, oh Lord, I didn't want to know about Samuel's and Gale's rap career. Now I have to look at. Well, yeah, you should look there. It's brilliant stuff. Dwayne Bravo as well. Is fantastic, and AB de Villiers, great cover artist. Point you in that direction.
Not a rapper.
No. It's like Candle in the Wind type stuff.
He did a Christian rock song once.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah,
and in Afrikaans, it was absolutely dreadful. Well, we are going to have KG now. I'm not going to play him again, even though I love it. He's going to come in to bowl to Sampson, the informed man, and guess what he does? First ball, he just whips that out through cow corner, all along the deck to the boundary for one of these. It's a beautiful shot. It's a bit too leg sided and a bit too full from Rabada. First ball, I suppose you can get away with that. I do like KG Rabada. He's a quality bowler.
That was nice, though.
Yeah, it's good pace in at the pads full. It's the one ball you probably can hit on a sticky wicket. Oh, nearly gets himself in a tangle there, though, Sampson. It's a pretty straight delivery, and it's quite full again. He goes back, jabs it down into the offside. It was way too close for that, but gets away with it, plays it down to the player. To a backward point, and there is no run. That was a great ball by Wokes.
And a great catch as well.
Yeah. He got himself all in a tangle there, did Butler, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, he did before, didn't he? He got a knob botherer.
Rabada in full and gone! Oh my word! This game is on. Full outside off stump, driven at by the Centurion from the last game, Sanju Sampson. But this time he gets an edge, and Shikhar Dhawan is at first slip, catches it above his head. Sangakkara looks distraught, and the third wicket goes down. Game on.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
He slaps the inside of his thigh. That was a tempter, it wasn't it? It was full, it was quick, but it was going away ever so slightly, enticing the drive. Just imagine how England will try and get a lot of Indian batsmen out this summer when a Test series comes along. Didn't really move his feet, didn't get out to the ball, and was therefore snaffled. So
yeah. Well, it's game on now, isn't it? I mean, I think Shivam Dubé is maybe the most over-promoted player to bat at number 5 ever in the history of the IPL.
Well,
and David Miller, this is his first game. I don't know if he played for South Africa recently, maybe.
Probably, I think he did.
It's not going to be easy for him to come in here, is it?
No, it's not. And David Miller always flatters or deceives to flatter, or whatever it is the saying is. I can't remember what it is. Flatters to deceive. I saw him years ago, and he's a big, powerful player. It's a long ball, but rarely have I seen him actually do it since those years ago. And Rabada will know his game well. The first ball is a full toss outside his off stump, and it's driven. Misfielded a bit by cover, and I'll get through for a single. Let's play some jingles for the new batsman. This man is in.
You're chilling Dubé, treat the bowlers roughly. He's got the skills you need, and he's quite buff, really. He's hitting sixes, not making duck eggs. So take this guy on if you feel like getting clubbed.
He's got a decent jingle. I quite like that jingle. And Miller's out there as well. I might talk over his jingle because it goes on for a long time.
Next is a real life wife. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ça fait five, he will.
It's a decent length ball by Rabada, and it's just played up to mid-off by Dubé's first ball, and there's no run.
I know nothing about Doob.
Well, they paid an awful lot of money for him because he was one of the better Indian players in the auction pool this year. But he's not really done that much in the IPL before. He was played for RCB for a couple of seasons. He's really an all-rounder, but one of those all-rounders that wouldn't get in the team for their batting or their bowling, if that makes sense.
Yes. A spare part. That one is defended from the crease out to cover, and there's no run.
Does he make a good cup of tea then or something?
I don't know. He can, to be fair to him, hit the ball a long way. I don't think he might not be like the worst number 7 in the tournament. I think number 5 in the power plays. He's out of his element, to quote the Big Lebowski.
Okay.
That's a good film.
Tweets. Go for tweets.
Right, Pirate Badash said this has absolutely no relevance to the IPL, but Northern Irish off-spinner Jack Carson has just taken his 3rd wicket for Sussex to bowl Glamorgan out for 285, so well done to him. Warren, Chris Morris, 16.25 crore. Chris Wokes, 1.5 crore. ... Well, I think Morris can bowl at the death, and I'm not sure Wokes would be quite as good as Morris there, and that is a skill set that is quite rare in T20 cricket, so we'll explain some of that. Jay Grover, just listen to Internet something. Not as bad as I thought it would be, but it's just an anemic hybrid, so it's one of the songs that maybe the Marlon Samuel songs, just an anemic hybrid of R&B and dancehall. I'll need a few more before I look up Gail's mind. I'm still recovering from his audiobook. I did not know there was an audiobook.
Wow.
He's also on that site that Farage went on, where they do birthday clips and shit.
Oh, yes.
Press forward as Miller, inside edge, goes down to long leg. They'll get a single.
Did you see the Farage one the other day?
No.
Yes.
What was it? What is it, Jack? What was the word? Hugh Janus. Yeah, happy birthday to Hugh Janus. And he didn't realise that he did it.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Happy birthday to Hugh Janus. Hugh Janus. Brilliant.
Well, that just goes to show people who followed him, fucking idiots. Anyway.
Mike Hunt.
Yeah, well, they should have done that. I'm sure they could go away with it. 19 for 3 on Rajasthan. And Butler's already back in the hutch. And we're left with Dubé and Miller. I'll be tempted to bet on DC from here. Here comes Wokes. He's up to the crease, bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side by Dubé. There is a mid wicket, and there is no run. I imagine they're favourites now. They are. Well, no, it's 11 to 10 on both. It's evens pretty much. The bookies can't call it.
Well, I think from what we've seen, they probably are favourites, aren't they?
Well, I'd have said I'd go for DC from here. I mean, there's not a lot left, is there, for DC, really? If Dubé's coming in at 5. Who have you got after him? I suppose you've got Stoinis to still come out. He can hit a long ball, but he's got to carry you pretty much a lot of the way there if none of these two get any runs. Dubé drives quite sweetly, but can't beat Rabada, who's at mid-off. Got through for a single, though.
Went down like a wardrobe. Mike Hunt apparently was the groundsman at Lord's for many years.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
But always insisted on being called Michael.
Well, there's a good reason for that.
Yeah.
One would have thought. Michael Hunt, that's quite easy to not mistake.
Yeah, because I suppose at Lord's you'd get called out over the Tannoy system.
Yeah.
The groundsman.
Get that wrong, there'd be trouble, wouldn't there? Prodded at by Miller. Beats his outside edge, goes through the pant, and there's no run. We'll have a change at the end of this over.
I was just thinking about the dynamics between like the senior players who play against each other in test matches when they're teammates in these matches, because you become pals, don't you? Like Pant and Wokes, and then
I think that adds actually to the international cricket. I think that's what I liked about the India series, England-India series. A lot of players played in the IPL, and you could see, whilst there was good competition, and obviously there was a couple of rants out there by Kohli and Stokes as well, I think those got over very quickly, and there is decent camaraderie on the field. And you do play hard, driven by Miller back to the bowl, and there's no one. You do play hard against people and you'll be giving them a load of stick, but I think the stick can be taken in a more friendly vein. It's a bit more banter-like, and
Because in the past they never played with each other, did they? You know, India, Australia, and England, and players never.
No,
never
but
did,
some of them
did
would
they?
have played. I mean, players always used to come over to county cricket, didn't they? You know, even going back to a lot of West Indian players like Viv and stuff. I mean, both of them and Viv were really good friends because they played at Somerset for years and Joel Garner and stuff. Clipped out nicely by Miller to deep mid wicket. Last ball of Wokes' third over. He's got 2 for 13. It's good bowling, much like Unicat at the start of the innings for Delhi. That ends that over. Jack's going to take us through the next 5 overs. I'm staying here. Tony's going to come and join us. Nestle will be back later.
I'll see you later on.
Just go through a few tweets while we're waiting for Tony. Leah says, as someone who's been annoyed for years with all this wind toss, back yourself to chase any target up to field first in a limited overs game, I'm absolutely loving this. Jay Grover, De Villiers' songs were truly dreadful, although depressingly competent. If you deceive to flatter, you screwed up in your Boolean logic gates. Good. Jay Grover, Jack's accent is getting a bit wide, boy. Mint.
Leave it at. You're not morphing into bear, are you?
Anyway, here is Rabada, and that's just dropped down into the offside by Miller, who won't get a run. I come from Crawley, which is a little bit wide, boy, I suppose. I live in Peckham, which traditionally was
wide, boy.
Yeah,
very much so. Only fools and horses territory.
Yeah, now it's quite hipster.
Well, it is. I used to live in Nunhead myself.
Oh yeah.
I moved out of there 12 years ago.
Rabada, and that's smashed back down to the ground by Miller. Beautiful straight drive past the diving mid-off fielder for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Paid back a bit of that, taken the cost per run down a bit.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
It was. As I said, you know, he's. I've seen him bat very nicely, but not for a very long time.
Here is Rabada again to the left-hander, who blocks it to extra cover, where it's fielded and returned to the wicket-keeper for no run. Yeah, I think in a sense, and this might get some criticism, I think the Stokes injury for Rajasthan Royals might be a bit of a blessing. I think they might be able to bring in someone who's a little bit more effective in T20 cricket. Whether that's Miller or perhaps Liam Livingstone is up for debate, but I'm not sure Stokes is all he's cracked up to be in this format. As Rabada comes in, and that's a full toss driven by Miller. Really should have scored more than 0 off that, but a nice piece of fielding by Stoinis at short cover.
He nearly drove it to be caught, didn't he? And it was a full toss. It was out there to be hit, as you said, and it bounced just before him. Now Stoinis is a man who I don't really rate his bowling as much as his batting.
No, I'd agree with that, definitely.
I think he's a bit too easy to hit. I mean, he's got variation, but his stop ball is just too slow.
Yeah, as Rabada comes in, that's wide of off stump, and I think Miller will feel like he should have tucked into that one as well in the power play, but it comes off the bottom of the bat, just bounces to point where it's fielded, and again there will be no run.
Just doesn't seem that maybe it is the pitch here, Jack, because both sides of, with the exception of Pant, no one has really timed the ball at all.
I think that's a possibility. Here is Rabada to complete his set. That's a slower ball wide of off stump, and Miller has played that nicely down to third man, but it's fielded energetically by the fielder out on the fence, who manages to cut it off and keep them to 1. That's the end of the over. It's 26 for 3. Well, Delhi Capitals are on top here, I think, Tony, aren't they? Do you want to...
They are. Although Rajasthan Royals, I think, were at 71% last time I looked on Tracker. Crick Viz, I beg your pardon. Jay Grover was... Oh no, he's already said that about your accent. Ravi Nair says, oh my god, it's been years since I heard the David Miller jingle. Lovely sense of nostalgia for both Miller and Talking Heads. I can't remember which jingle it was. What was it? Which Talking Heads track was it?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, Psycho Killer or whatever it is.
Oh, Psycho Killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Chris Gale, Six Machine. It's quite interesting, says Jay Grover. Jersey Oak says, wasn't he called Mickey Hunt? Yes, he was. You are quite right. Messi Jez says no bear. Stoinis is due to bowl now, not bat. He's already got out for a dark.
I know
Farong
that.
says Stoinis can't bat. He might bowl soon though. Bear, he plays for Delhi, and apparently Farong did go to school with a Michael Hunt, who was ginger by all accounts. Well, by Farong's account specifically.
I know that, but my point is I don't really rate him as a bowler, Stoinis.
We're going to see Ravi Ashwin. He is into the attack, immediately spearing one into the pads of David Miller. This is a classic match-up move from Delhi Capitals, bringing the off-spinner on when there are two left-handers at the crease. After the power play this time, after he took a little bit of punishment in the 5th over of the last game, he bowled in. As you can see again, Ashwin. That's blocked into the offside for another dot ball.
Yeah, he could really strangle things here, Ravi, if they bowled him 4 overs on the trot here.
I suspect that might be the plan.
No, that would be my plan.
Miller does score a run to the 3rd ball of the over. Again, a little bit leg side from Ashwin, and Miller's able to get his bat through, knock it down too long on for the easy single. The required rate climbing up towards 9 now. In old cricket, that would be pretty tough. And on this wicket, I think it might be quite tough as well.
I think it is.
Yeah. The umpire's flapping his arms around, so we're going to have a short pause here. Are they changing field positions, or is the umpire just...
I don't know. He's just getting himself in the game.
Anyway, Ashwin's ready, and he comes, and that's turned round the corner by Shivam Dubey for a single. He moves to 2 from 5 balls. Rajasthan Royals 28 for 3.
Got some hitting to come. Parag, Tuatia, Chris Morris.
It's not over.
It's not over, yeah, but you don't want those hitters coming in too early, really, do you? That's the thing.
Exactly, Bear. As Ashwin in again, that's dabbed into the leg side by Miller. It's pitch, didn't quite make it out to the boundary fielders. They managed to scuttle through for 2. It looked like it could be close. I was nervous for the batter, but they've made it easily in the end, haven't they, there?
Yeah, they have. I mean, the thing is, Tone, if you have someone, I don't know, coming in who's a finisher and have to come in and at 6 over,
early. Yeah.
Sometimes they can get in their shell and then they can't get out of it and things like that. You want them to be able to do what they need to do at the time they're required to do
Latter
it.
career MS Dhoni.
Yeah.
Ashwin with his slightly rounder-armed delivery there, but Miller is equal to it, and knocks it down to long on for a single. He'll keep the strike into the 8th over of the game. It looks like it might be Tom Curran there.
That was Tom Curran, yes, wearing his headband. Looking like
Joe Grover.
Karate Kid.
Yeah, Joe Grover says, fucking messing. I've just Googled Chris Gale rap and seen Chris Gale versus AB de Villiers rap battle. I'm proper listening to this. I'll report back. So that will be quite... So we're looking forward to hearing that, the report, rather than the battle, I think. Knuckle is on Statwatch saying Kagisa Rabada, despite being the leading wicket taker in IPL 2020, only took 2 wickets in 23 power play overs and took 18.1 overs across 14 games to take his first. This year, question mark, 3 balls. Yep, quite a difference. Jay Grover does report back. Good Lord, AB de Villiers versus Chris Gale rap battle is possibly the most Indian thing I've ever seen.
Anyway, Avesh is back into the attack, and he's wide off stump, and Miller's carved that away behind point, and it will run over the fielder. Tom Curran did a lot of good work to get to the ball, and then sort of chipped himself on the rope. So that's gone away for 4 runs.
It's a terrible fielding.
Yeah, I don't think you could have. I mean, it's fine work to get there, but it's a sliding tackle into touch, basically, coming through with his knee.
He seems to go. His body positioning seemed to be all awry, didn't it?
Yeah. Avesh in again. That's dug in towards Miller's waist. He flicks it around the corner for a single. I don't think that's in the textbook, is it? That from Tom Curran, and I'm not sure about the camo headband either.
No, he looks a bit stupid. You do wonder sometimes what Indian thinking is on some of the players around the world, and why some people don't get picked and some people do. I mean, was Tom Curran sort of base price, 100 grand, something like that?
No, he was 5 crore, which is about 500 grand there.
Really?
Yeah. Avesh in, that's an outside edge into the floor and fielded at slip, actually by Shikadawan, sort of wide third slip. There will be no run. Yeah, it was a curious one, that pickup, because Tom Curran was released by whoever he was with the year before. I don't think he bowled that well. I think it might be because he's been on the TV a lot. That's the speculation. He regularly has a good big bash. That puts him in the market window, so to speak, for the auction, which happens right after the big bash. Someone spends loads of money on him.
I imagine
having a famous brother probably also helps. As Avesh comes in, that's a wide ball, that's edged, and it's caught by Shikadawan, who slaps the inside of his left thigh. Trademark celebration. Shivam Dubé has gone for 2 off 7. Avesh has 1 for 6.
Well, your summation that he might be the worst number 5 looks quite true.
Well, that was 2 almost identical deliveries, 2 almost identical shots. The first one he played into the ground, but it still went to slip, which is why I went ooh at the time. And the second one did go legitimately to slip. So he's played 2 shots, and they were both chockers.
You wonder if sometimes they give some of these players who they think might have been quite good, they give them the first 2, 3, 4 games if they're lucky to try and get a start in the IPL. If they fail, that's it, bench for the rest of the season.
Yeah, possibly. I think the problem for Rajasthan Royals is that they just haven't got enough good Indian players to fill an 11. There's a young guy, Yasvani Jaiswal, who could come in at the top of the order, but he is like 19 years old. He had a good under-18s World Cup a few years ago, about 18 months ago. So he could be a potential switch. But apart from that, they're really scraping the barrel. Some poor recruitment over the last few years.
Do they have to recruit from their local area if they're from Rajasthan? You can just pick any Indian player.
No, you can just go anyone from the auction. Which is, some of the teams get a little bit of stick for that. I think Chennai this year have got no players from Chennai, for example. As Avesh comes in for the 5th ball of his over, Rian Parag on strike, and he blocks that to point.
And he sounds a bit like this.
Rian Parag, he comes from Assam. Oh, he looks like a baby 'cause he's 17, like every teen in history.
Got to be Mog, hasn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
I thought it probably was.
That was good. He's facing up here to the last ball of the over. It's a bouncer, and he tries to guide it over the wicketkeeper, but misses. He looks a bit frustrated with himself that he didn't get a touch on that. But I think he'd have been out, possibly, if he had. Anyway, Tony,
yes.
What have we got?
Indeed. Well, I'll finish Jay Grover's thought. He's saying it's the most Indian thing he'd ever seen. This is a rap battle by a South African and a Jamaican in India. So Warren says, no room for white boys in London, in the London and environs anymore, unless the All England Lawn Tennis Club and Croquet Club have gone all R for Daly. Leah says, Ashes bowling, so come on RR batsmen, back up, get browned out. Messi Jez says there was a Michael Hunt who was CEO of Perth City Council for some years. Not popular with his staff, his nickname was simply rhyming, brackets as in slang.
I like that.
We're going to have some more Ashwin. He's in a little short and knocked into the leg side by David Miller for a very easy single.
As a Stu, keep us fully up to date of the activities of Perth City Council, because I'm sure the world wants to know. A bit like sort of, in my head I see Parks and Recreation, only a sort of Australian version.
Very much so.
Rian Parag has gone helmetless.
Yay!
And capless, bareheaded. There's a lot of noise around Rian Parag. I think we'll see him develop into someone who could potentially be quite special. And I think he might fancy Ravi Ashwin. This is the sort of bowler that he does target a little bit. Well, first of all, he has a big swing, carves that into the offside, but it will only be a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Have either of you teams seen much of Parag?
I haven't, but that first shot he had quick wrists. He broke them pretty quick. That's quite a nice shot. I shall reserve judgment until I've seen a bit more of him, but he certainly bowled all right. It seems like he was the only fielder for Delhi who could actually field.
Ashwin again to Miller, who blocks it back to him, and that'll be a dot ball. Yeah, he fielded well. Great direct hit. Good covers bat down thing on the fence. Ashwin once more. Miller down the track, doesn't get there, turns it into the leg side. Quite well played in the end for a single. He will move to 19 off 21. These two are going to have to think about doing something soon, though. It's starting to get into dangerous territory vis-a-vis the run rate.
Well, exactly. As soon as you get 10 and over and you lost 4 wickets, you're relying basically on these two and probably the next batsman to get the bulk of the runs.
Yeah, exactly. Here is Ashwin. That is knocked down the ground by Parag. An easy single. Looking pretty comfortable against Ashwin. As the score moves to 40, the big 4-0. And Ashwin, at the end of his run-up, looking to complete an economical second over. Just the 4 off it so far. Miller on strike, and he is content to pick up a 5th run from the over.
That was quite a round up.
Does say the IPL has taught me to play under pressure. That's one of those sort of in-depth quotes. This is young Rian Parag.
Oh, yeah.
Asked for his obviously considerable and deep thoughts. That was what he offered forth to the Rajasthan Royals website. Anyway,
didn't he get 25 off 9 balls in the last match, something like that? And he had one very spectacular innings last year with Tawatia in the UAE, where everything seemed to be going for 6. As he's quite young, so it's been a bit inconsistent around that. But I think there's enough.
He got 25 off 11 balls.
Good enough. I'll take that.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you want. But again, I imagine that was further down the innings when it was required in the last sort of 4 or 5 overs, where it doesn't really matter if you're out as long as you get, a run rate of 180 to 200. If you get 20 off 10 balls, that's good. And the next guy gets that, that's fine. That's what you're there to do. But when you've got to go from so far out, it's a lot harder because mistakes will come. And you'll always offer a chance unless you're having one of the days of your lifetime situation.
Yeah,
it's very rare.
Warren said, "Did Tom Curran spill his pint?" I don't know what that was apropos of. Leah says the name of the one celebration is the Thigh 5. Jay Grover says sad news. The new Chris Gale song is being released with the IPL, so I can't get it for free. Can't be asked to search further. So I'll listen to our Marlon Spoonhead, which I assume is about smack. Jay Grover says, my word, Marlon Spaniels. Marlon Samuels has done loads. Varong says, dad joke time, why not? I lost my job at the bank on the first day. A woman asked me to check her balance, so I pushed her over.
Oh, Jesus.
Very Tommy Cooper. Very Tommy Cooper, but very funny. Richard Milne says, love the jingles. Can I suggest 2 more? Okay, we're always open, and as I'm sure our
the thing is, you have to send them in, Richard. You have to do them. Or
he says the ball's going over the roof. He's hit a monster to monster by the automatic, and it's a dot ball. It's a dot ball. It's a dot ball. It's a dot ball to place your hands by Reef. 2 fine beat combos with whom I have literally no knowledge whatsoever.
I know both those songs,
and probably tell by the way I read it.
I know both of those, and they will work.
Well, there we go. Brilliant.
Question is, one of our men have to do it.
Warren simply says Aldi's. I don't know if there's some discussion about cut price supermarkets, but Aldi's is what he says. Don't know why. Leah says Australian politics are already a bit like Parks and Rec. What with Cole Scotty from marketing held up to proclaim as clean, having to be lacquered so that he wouldn't make his wank appendage dirty. Oh, okay, good to know.
We're back after the
just in time
Woodstock timeout, and Avesh is into the attack. Immediately drops on a shot, turned around the corner by Miller, who picks up a single. The required rate, which we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, 9.78, which, when you're 4 wickets down and going nowhere fast, looks pretty ominous.
Looks pretty daunting. That's at least a 4 and over.
Yep,
off one
definitely.
ball, and then everything else has got to go for at least a single, and he gets you 9, doesn't it? So you need. There aren't that many 2s about in T20 cricket. So
there aren't that many sixes about in this match either.
No.
I think we've had a single six
I don't think
going
we
into
have.
this the 30th over. Parag goes for one, but I think he's just skied this. Yes, he has 2 short cover. Shikhar Dhawan, thigh 5. He's taken the catch.
That's 3
Avesh
catches.
has a second wicket. 42 for 5.
This is turning into a bear match.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
It was a good delivery though, didn't he? Slid it out the side of the hand, took all the pace off.
Yes,
42 for 5. Good lord.
Yeah, Parag has just skied that basically. Shikhar Dhawan, the ball certainly has followed him in the first couple of matches of this IPL. I think he took 3 catches in the first game. Is he on 3 today as well?
Yeah, he's on 3 today.
Jugs all round.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you reckon they go to where do they? Is there a bubble bar to celebrate?
I don't know.
Achievements.
Well, some of the states are dry, aren't they? So I mean, I don't know if this is a dry state or not. I couldn't live in a dry state, obviously.
If you were doing commentary for the ICC again, Bear, or the production, would you sort of have a contractual rider so that I'll only do it in non-dry states?
Something like that. I'd have certainly bought a bottle of whiskey at duty free, and that'd be in my hotel room.
Are they? Do they not have provisions for hotels and so on to attract international guests?
I think.
So
I remember once. I don't know if I've got time to tell you. I was in a conference in Bahrain. I remember going to a reception in the evening with all the local dignitaries and loads of people. And I'll just hold that thought.
That is Avesh, and it's a bit edgy from Tuati to start things off, but it evades the catching fielders, flies down to third man where it's returned by Tom Curran. He successfully fields that one and protects his pint on the boundary. That is just a single.
I'll finish that story. So everyone at this reception who was non-local would literally clank as they walked because they had their pockets absolutely chock full of everything from their minibar, which they would then be surreptitiously topping up their orange juice and fizzy water with left, right and centre. It was very funny and getting steamingly pissed in the process.
Here is Avesh. He's gone for the bouncer, and that has been pulled. This could be a boundary. Yep, David Miller has found the square leg fence. That will relieve just a little bit of the pressure, although at 47 for 5, there is quite a lot of it.
Yeah, there is quite a lot of it. It's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not timed perfectly, but certainly got enough on it. I mean, this is where Pant got them to what was an acceptable, what looks like certainly an acceptable score. So Rajasthan have to have someone in the Pant mould.
Here is Avesh, and David Miller goes for a Pant-esque shot, carved through extra cover with a horizontal bat, and he's found the rope again. So that's 2 fours and 2 balls.
Sure.
Maybe he is the new Pant.
Well, he certainly thrashed that. I'm not sure again. That wasn't particularly timed to perfection, but it had enough on it.
1, 2 ka 4, 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And he's certainly a man who can hit a long ball, is David Miller. And he does have good timing. And he should have his eye in now, but it certainly doesn't look like the easiest pitch to score on.
No. It's still not a huge target. Even from here, they do have a chance. I mean, 10 and over is difficult, but you know, it is achievable.
It's that 5 wickets down that will be the problem for him.
Exactly, Tony. As Avesh is in to complete his over, that's turned into the leg side by Miller to keep the strike. Just a single. It's 52 for 5. I am done for 5 overs. I think come back to social later.
Oh, that's me for the day, I think. I've only missed one session of the entire match so far, so I'm off for the rest of it. It's Tony Nestlers and Hendo will take
I think it's
through.
me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good lord.
See you all next time I'm in.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, 52 for 5, chasing 148 to win. We got 10 overs left. They'll have to go at just south of 10 and over to do it, but 5 wickets down. Where is your money, Hendo?
Well, it's on the Delhi Capitals. Even though they only got 147 for 8, I've seen too much of Rajasthan Royals and their inability to grind out wins. And you know, they've lost too many early wickets here. David Miller, we know, is a fantastic striker.
R. Ashwin is in, but he has been clubbed down to Tom Curran at long on, and it will just be a single 9.66. That required run rate. Yeah, they lost first time out, didn't they? Was that after Sampson got to 100? Was it 118?
Yeah, he needed to hit 6. Well, he needed to hit 6.
Well, that's because he didn't take the single. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't think he was wrong to do there because Morris had been out there. He had his eye in brilliantly.
Yeah.
Morris was scratching around. I think it was the right decision.
R. Ashwin, well, he tormented England, of course, in the tour. He's not really tormented here. He's just been pushed for an easy single. And he'll take the score on to 54 for 5. 10.2 overs gone.
I mean, they need a couple of really good overs from these. I mean, we've seen Tawatia before in the IPL last year. Amazing innings.
He did. He played. I remember he called one tremendous innings. Didn't he rather than go off the boil? As this is tried to Miller, looking to try and work him away to leg. Doesn't really get anything on it. And it will be a dot ball on this occasion. We're looking at Ashwin's round arm ball and Parag's round arm ball side by side. As Ashwin again really hurries Miller, he pushes that through. That is a ball we saw a lot of as England struggled. Parag's round arm ball is a good 20 degrees lower than Ashwin's round arm. So I'm not. I can see a degree of similarity, but not that much. As Miller flicks this away to backward square, we'll get a single. Ashwin keeping those brakes on, frustrating these two. The rate edges now over 10. The shackles are going to have to be broken. You feel that there's been really big hits have been at a genuine premium today, haven't they? If someone could clear the fence a couple of times, it might just oil the wheels a bit. As this one is nudged away around the corner by Rahul Tewatia. And again, it's just a single. So just 4 runs off that Ravi Ashwin over. Tidy, economical, frugal, and effective. Nestlers.
Warren says cheese and potato pasty. Get in. Jay Grover, Marlon Samuels is known as Icon 7. He is against spoonheads. His videos are really fucking poor. 4 out of 10 would not smoke crack with him. Joke's on you, Marlon. I used to smoke heroin. Sucker. Mumbai is definitely not dry. Tourist hotels are all wet all over India and Pakistan.
It's is it Gujarat that's one of the dry states? Isn't Gujarat one of the dry states? Yeah.
Normally these places like the Middle East, the hotels.
We're up on the west coast in Mumbai, aren't we? By the Marine Drive and the Arabian Sea and stuff.
Hotels are generally wet for international guests, aren't they?
Yes.
Well, Tom Curran is going to be into the attack with his resplendent in his tight-fitting blue headband.
I've got a theory on this.
Gives him a hint of the Dale Steyn look, but obviously Dale these days has gone a bit hippie-ish with his hair, hasn't he? But nonetheless, 92 or 54 is what's needed to win. Curran, that is wide of a big old thrash by Tewatia. I'm waiting to see if there's a signal there. Did he get away with it? No, he didn't. Wide indeed it is. You've got to judge those so carefully, haven't you, Hendo? Just pushing them there.
Wide.
Well, I mean, I think they should be quite glad to see Tom Curran coming on. I mean, maybe gives them a chance. As we said, he hasn't really been the same bowler in the last year or so. I think it's the bear may have hit on something, but he's got so many variations that you can see them too obviously. They've obviously looked at video of him, and they seem to pick him up quite well now.
Who is it? I'm trying to think of. Surrey, I'll tell you in a moment. This one again is wide, but I don't think it's wide enough to be wide this time. That was the ball he was looking for the first time. Not particularly quick. Just stretching the batsman too far and through to Rishabh Pant. And there is no run. Who am I thinking of? Surrey. Dernbach. Yes, Dernbach. I mean, every ball was different. And at international level, he still got clubbed all over the place. So they must have been fairly readable. 57 for 5. Rahul Tewatia is on strike. He has 3 from 4. He's facing England's Tom Curran. And he just plays this defensively away into the offside. Beautiful, solid defence for a test match. Not what the doctor is ordering when your run rate is pushed up to 10.3 in a T20.
Yeah, I think that you've got to think about it a little bit. I mean, I was listening to, I think it was was it Mike Hesson yesterday talking about Glenn Maxwell needs a few balls to get underway. I mean, you think of him as being this massive hitter, but he still needs a little bit of time, even in T20.
Indeed, Curran in over the wicket, forward comes a batsman, same place, out to extra cover, no run. This is good, tight bowling.
But it's also
wide, certainly, but
it's also difficult for batsmen in this. When you've lost 5 wickets, you're aware that you don't want to throw your wicket away because there's not much left to come. But you've also got to go quickly. It's you know, and maybe they just need to go for it. And if they get out, they get out. They need to take that attitude.
Funny enough, we were just looking at a rerun of the Stokes catch there. The odd thing being to me, I didn't actually see him catch his hand on the ground.
He didn't.
Which is very extraordinary, as this one again is pushed to mid-wicket, and again there is no run. So we've had that wide ball to start with. Since then, Tom Curran has served up 4 dot balls, and you may be right, Hendo. It may be the lull before the storm, maybe a sort of a conditioning and preparing by the batsman, but they can have to start shifting fairly soon. Because the run rate is creeping up ever closer to 11. 57 for 5, 91 needed off 50 balls. Miller on 32. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll do it after this ball. Let Tom Curran bowl.
Well, indeed, Tom Curran, 2 balls left of this over, which has been an excellent one for him so far. That one is wider though, width offered. Crashed by Tuatia, but crashed straight to the man on the cover boundary, and it will again, I think, just be the single. 58 for 5.
Yeah, what I was going to say about Ben Stokes, he was interviewed earlier during the game, as they tend to do. I didn't hear the beginning of it. I turned the sound up to see what he was saying. There weren't any sort of any discussions about what his situation was, whether he was going to play any further part in this tournament, or, I mean, doesn't seem to be coming home yet, does he?
No, well, I'm sure he'll want to play, as that one again is just a little bit wider, but steered by Miller straight to backward point. No run on this occasion, only 2 runs off that current over. Started with a horrible wide, but after that, very, very tidy indeed. 158 for 5, 148, remember the target. Nestlers.
Perong says Rajasthan to be dismissed for under the ton or make less runs than Sampson did in their first game. Leia says, fun fact, fatal car accidents in dry counties in the southern US are significantly higher than the federal average, as the hicks drive long distances to buy booze, get drunk and then kill someone on the way home. Joe Grover says, all hail the new pant.
The new pant. Okay.
Ryan 001, did any of his work pay off for the players? I don't know quite who that is about.
It's one of those conversations. I mean, I think there was a conversation between you and was it Warren? And all we were getting was, as the tweet readers, was just weird things like names of supermarkets and types of food.
Yeah, but my name was in that conversation. Bryony's just sent that to us.
Ah, okay.
There's no conversation that I can see.
Now, Marcus Stoinis is going to be into the attack, so the Bear has already registered himself as not in the Stoinis bowling fan club. And it's pulled immediately by Tuatia, but pulled down to deep square leg, and only a single. Chris Wokes patrolling that square leg area. Gives us a chance to have another look at that gorgeously shiny, immaculate, fairly bog standard SUV under the name of Safari. And there it is.
All the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. He's the solution, and all the side wants is a Marcus Stoinis. Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. 99, 59 for 5. Pulled again, David Miller this time. This time it will go all the way. Too short. Marcus Stoinis, not quick enough, too short. Smacked away for 4 runs. And in a studio in Sydenham, the Bear will be sitting in his comfy chair, the comfy control chair, going, I told you so, his bowling's rubbish. And that was definitely too. He did nearly clean up the square leg umpire, though, who had to be very quick on his feet.
He should have got a hand to that.
Not lose, at least one leg or or anything that was in between them, given the height that the ball went past him.
Looked to me as if it was going to be a cock botherer for a while.
Well, that's I was finding a nice way of saying that.
Don't bother.
Don't bother.
No need.
Stoinis in. Fuller this time. Driven away through mid-off. And it's 4 more. Stoinis is bowling pants, to be honest.
I've got an interesting question about one of our jingles, I think.
Ooh, okay. Do you want to throw it in now?
Well, Mozzie says playing 1, 2, Car 4 tune. Is it random selection or according to the lyrics meaning? 1, 2, Car 4 means committing Harry Carey.
Does it? Well, that's a piece of in-depth analysis on that jingle I never would have known. So you learn something every day. I are a fantastic community of fans, followers, listeners and friends who collectively will obviously know far more than we ever will. 67 for 5 are the Rajasthan Royals. Stoinis is in, and that's a full toss, and it's lofted away over deep mid-wicket. It's 4 more. Stoinis has been to bad bowling school, and he's picked it up pretty well.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was awful. 3 consecutive 4s, 3 pretty awful balls. To your point, Hendo, too many varieties. Perhaps he could, if he just tried to get one ball right rather than getting one wrong and then trying something else and getting that wrong as well.
Well, if someone,
perhaps just a little bit of line and length.
Yeah, if someone hits you for a couple of boundaries and you think, what can I do? He's driven me, he's cut me, or whatever, and you try something a bit different, and he finds another shot to it.
This one is driven again down the ground. Is there going to be a man there? There is this time. It's Kagiso Rabada. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is Rabada.
Yeah, he felt sense that he just closed the face of the bat ever so slightly there. Didn't quite time it as well as the other one.
And this is 14 so far off this over.
Exactly. This is one of the overs that they need, but they need it for 2 or 3 overs to get back in touch, really. And they don't need. If they lose a wicket in that time, it's going to make it even more difficult. But I mean, Miller is a hell of a player to have out there, and he's one of those who can get very quick runs.
He most definitely can. Well, he's got 43 off 35, as if to emphasise that point. It's not exactly super express.
No, but he can go a lot quicker than that.
But he can certainly accelerate, as you rightly say. In comes Stoinis. Full, better ball this time, and just push for a single down to mid-on. And it means that Tawatia should keep the strike, I think. Yes, he will. 73 for 5, end of the over. 15 runs from it. Nestlers.
Jay Grover says, Gujarat Dry, I don't know about now, but Tamil Nadu had permit rooms which were in the dingy of hotels. According to my dad, I didn't go there in 86. I started young, but I was about the tums up then. Sometimes, Jay, your tweets are difficult to understand.
That's like all of the right words in totally the wrong order to make an actually coherent sentence. But
well, he then says, I think Lear is the only person to get the video drone reference there.
Okay.
I don't know. Dolph Lundgren bowling at last, says Jersey Oak.
Dolph Lundgren, okay.
Is there something about Marcus Stoinis that makes you not like him? I mean,
he seems a very likeable fellow to me.
Oh, really?
Why would people think that about him?
Who?
I don't know. I sense that there's a sort of element that maybe it's because he's just too much of a bits and pieces player, but he can be an incredibly destructive batsman, can't he?
Well, it's going to be Tom Curran with his blue headband, and that one hurries to Atia, who swings, misses, and it dribbles away into the offside. But they will get themselves a single, so they're going to need to take those 1s, 2s, and turn the 1s into 2s, and still find the boundary. 10.71 the required rate at the moment. The fledgling, admittedly, IPL table has the Rajasthan Royals currently sitting bottom.
That's a fair play award.
Oh, is it?
That's what it says at the top there, Tony, yeah.
PTM Fair Play Award. Okay. Well, they must be near the bottom, having lost their first game.
Specsavers is open again, by the way.
Indeed, who said that? That one's short and wide and cut, but cut straight down to the extra cover boundary, and there is a man down there, so it will just be a single. 75 for 5, 73 or 40 needed.
I know that for a fact because they haven't stopped bloody emailing me
since
COVID.
How do you win the Per Play Award? What do you actually have to do? It's
Uphold,
basically a thanks for coming award, isn't it?
uphold the spirit of cricket.
But could you then therefore win the IPL and the Fair Play Award?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you could. Of course, you could.
Okay.
If you're nice, yeah.
Well, it's good. I mean, nice guys. I'm happy when nice guys win. This one is hit high, 1 bounce over long off, and 4 runs.
That went like a tracer bullet.
I don't know how they judge it. I mean, what's the criteria? What's the criteria for being top of the fair play? Do you give people runs, or say, "Oh no, that was out, I'm walking"?
Managed to get through the whole tournament without nutting someone or something? I don't know.
Well, I'm just wondering whether it's the umpires who make that judgment. There's no details about it. Are there?
Appealing.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Could be.
Not cheating.
Not having words with the other team. I don't know that must be
someone let us
around
know.
there.
I'm intrigued. What do you think constitutes the award, other than just fair play? This one is cut by Tuatia, but again down to Chris Wokes, who is patrolling that extra cover boundary, and there will just be a single. 38 this partnership of 27. The Royals did need it. Don't think he fully got hold of that because
no one has
jarred his hand a bit.
No one's got fully hold of anything all day, hardly.
No, you're right, Nestless.
Not seen anything that's really kind of made me go, ooh. It's all been a bit bits and pieces.
A ring of 3 in the ring on the offside and 2 in the deep, 1 at third man.
3 in the ring.
1 at deep cover. 3 deep on the leg side, so they clearly think someone's going to start to be pulling at Tom Curran fairly soon. He has a blow of his fingers before he starts his run in. He's bowling to David Miller. Over the wicket, Miller does pull it away to leg, and it will prove to be prudent and effective that they do have those 3 men deep, because it will restrict them to a single.
Tony, I have the details. I will give you them at the end of the
this is the Fair Play Award?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Good. I'm intrigued. Managed not to shoot anyone. Didn't bring a knife whilst you were batting. I mean,
walking is the big fair play thing in cricket, isn't it?
Often.
I don't think it's as nuanced as that, Nestlers, from what I'm reading here. I will tell you in a minute.
But that is the big kind of, if someone.
So my other question is: has anyone ever won the IPL and also the Fair Play Award, or is it genuinely a thanks for coming, a bit like the less?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Sports Day.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Oh, I'm intrigued. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. As in comes Curran, it's wide of leg and been swept somehow from outside of leg stump by Tuatia back on the square. Just a super shot. 85 for 5.
That was actually taken from. That was actually taken from a yard outside off stump. That's what made it such a great great shot. The left-hander went right across, and that's an incredible shot actually. To get it from, it's almost at the width of the guidance line for wides, and he's picked it up on the full toss. And somehow got the wrists involved to send it back with a square on the leg side. Now I will tell you,
physically impossible.
It does seem impossible, doesn't it? I don't think it would have been possible had it bounced. I think hitting it on the full helped him there slightly. 85 for 5. I will tell you about the flair pay. We should have a flair play award. A team can be awarded a total of 10 points per match. Out of those 10 points, 4 are given on how the team adhered to the spirit of the game in the opinion of the umpires. The other criteria are respect towards the opposition, the laws of cricket, and the umpires. A team can get a maximum of 2 points in each of these areas. The teams are then given a good, average, or bad rating depending on the points they get. If a team gets 2 points in the criteria, its performance is considered as good, or getting 1 or 0 points indicates average or bad. There you go.
Okay, good to know. Kagiso Rabada back into the attack, right arm over, full, and pushed straight to mid-off by Miller, and they will just take a single.
Well, that clears it up, but not.
Does seem to be rather subjective. Some of those criteria are somewhat subjective.
It's subjective. It's the umpires who make the decision.
And we are watching that shot again. I'm sorry, Hende. Just as they saw that extraordinary piece of wrist work to pull that ball from, to pull it from off all the way down to leg when so far wide of his off stump was a remarkable shot.
It was. It's the umpires and the standing umpires and the third umpires make the judgments.
86 for 5. Rabada in. edgily, inside edgily away by Tuatia. It's only going to go down to long on, and they will get 2. Good running. Tom Curran doing the fielding down there in his blue headband, number 59 on his back.
So we only got 1 over of Marcus Stoinis, didn't we? Came
Well,
off
not
after
surprising,
15.
really, after the assortment of fairly poor bowling that he served up. He's very liquorish.
We should remember, of course, that the most expensive man in IPL history is still to bat.
Yes, indeed he is, and he's already earned some of that money with a wicket today. Forward comes Tuatia, just nudges it really down to long on, and they will take a single. Tom Curran is being well and truly in the action.
This partnership is now 47 off 32, which is it's not as quick as it needs to be, but it's an improvement.
Yes, it is. The run rate 10.72, so it's steadied at that rather than been hauled in by and large in the last couple of overs. Marcus Stoinis obviously a contributor to helping them move things along, as this one is nicely turned away by Miller, but down to square leg. Chris Wokes fielding just a single. 47 off 33 this partnership, so they are moving things along. If they can keep doing that for the next couple of overs and reach the boundary 2 or 3 times, they will still very much be in the game. I think 49 not out. He's nearly on the verge of his 50 is David Miller. 94-5 are the Royals. We are 2 balls left of this. That's a top edge, though. Is it going straight to short mid-wicket? Yes, it is. The wicket has been taken. These 2 won't stay together. Tuatia has gone for 19. The victim of Kagiso Rabada. 94-6. Lalit took the wicket. Lalit Yadav took the wicket. Took the catch rather. Rabada the bowler, and the Delhi Capitals have probably manoeuvred themselves ever closer to a victory here. One would feel. Still Miller there, though, of course, Hendo. So not lost, is it?
Well, all not lost. And of course, Morris has come to the crease, and well, he's got to start paying back some of that fee, hasn't he? But the trouble is, every time he goes out there, everyone's saying exactly the same thing.
Well, he's got his wicket today.
Yeah, he's got a wicket. He got 2 wickets the other day, but he went for 41 runs. So, when you look at that, you say your 1.6 million man has gone at 10 runs and over. That's not good enough, is it?
And he was at the other end, of course. He had a chance to had Sanju Samson taken that single in the last game. It was Morris, of course, at the other end, wasn't it?
It was, but well, he could have. But I made the point that he'd played a couple of shots. He scratched around. He hadn't found the middle of the bat. He might well have done, but he was playing so well, Samson.
Hypothesis, isn't it?
Fancied himself, didn't he?
Yeah, you got to back yourself. On this occasion, it didn't work for him. Of course, had he taken the run and Morris hit the 6, everyone would have said, "Whoa, there's a big chunk of that fee paid back in one shot."
Well, absolutely.
But it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be. You can't rewrite history. Anyway, he's facing and is beaten outside of the off stump by one that cuts away from his blade. Through it goes. It's the end of the over. Only 5 runs off it and a wicket. The Capitals are feeling the warmth of impending victory, I feel.
Yes, indeed.
And that's me for now.
That's you for now. It's time for me to take over. Jack's coming back. The Bear is slipping into his other role of... what are you going to be, Bear? What do you think? He's going. He's just going.
He's just going.
Well, you stay there, Nestor, till he comes back. I don't know what
Shall I clean up on some tweets while we're...
Yeah, go ahead.
Bapping. One of the reasons I love Gorilla Cricket, says Jay, is you all know stuff I don't, and don't make me feel daft when I ask the obvious. Also, you have Peckham Wide boys who look like Harry Potter on.
Who's that?
I think that's
Jack.
me.
I didn't know you lived in Peckham.
Tamil Nadu, where my aunt and 2G lived. I wasn't a big drinker in '86, so drank the Indian version of Coke. Thumbs up. If my dad wanted a beer, he had to sneak into hotel basement. When I looked in India 10 years later, it was all open apart from election days.
Avish Khan starts a new over, bowls wide of the off stump. Miller aims a slightly cross-batted drive at that, and it doesn't time it, goes straight to extra cover. There is no run. They need, 57 or 29? Miller has gone to 50. Did they take a run there? I didn't think they did. How has he gone to 50? Or has someone just realised that they left a run off Miller's account? That's very strange. Very strange indeed.
Jack, the next tweet is Jay about teapots.
Well, come on. My rotor says it's you three. I don't know.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Bear. Yeah, you're right. No, I wasn't looking at my rotor. I just got it in my head that you were. I think they did take a run there, didn't they? Oh, let's see. We'll see in a minute. That's very strange.
Well, he's got 50. So.
He's got 50. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. In the grand scheme of life, really doesn't matter, does it?
What does matter, though, Nestor? That's the question.
In the grand scheme of life.
In the grand scheme of life.
I don't know. Dope guns and fucking in the streets, as someone once said.
I don't know who it was. Was it The Clash?
No, it was someone in the 60s in America. I can't remember. One of the radicals.
Oh, what? Jim Morrison?
No. One of the political kind of, radical
Oh, right.
people.
Sorry, I thought it was a song.
No.
Nixon.
Nixon, was it? They did take a run. So Chris Morris is facing, and he's going to get a run himself as he pushes this off the back foot into the covers. And Rajasthan Royals are going to move on to 92 for 6. Morris has 1. Miller has 50.
I think all Nixon said was there'll be no whitewash in the White House.
Yes, something like that.
Well, he wasn't lying, was he? As we all know.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that last wicket. It really didn't have much to recommend it. The shot that Tawatia played there, he was trying to play the pull shot, but he lost control of his bat, got it very high up on the splice, and just looped easily to the man at mid-wicket. So a wicket was important at that point to stop these two left-handers getting going, but Miller has lifted this. Has he got enough on it? He has. It's gone sailing over deep backward square. He's picked up 6 runs.
Well done, Bear.
Very good indeed.
That's the first 6 of the day.
That is the first 6 of the day. It's extraordinary. Yeah. An IPL game, and you've waited until the 18th, 17th, 18th over of the second innings to see a 6. And there I was telling everyone it was going to be a larrup fest today. Couldn't have been more wrong.
The 6 that went 66.
And it went 66 metres. There you go. Better. 50 runs off the last 27 balls. I don't know why we're being shown that. Oh no, to win, sorry. 50 runs off 27 balls. 6 makes a big difference, but makes a bit of a dent in that. And just for a moment, Avish Khan was running in. I don't think Miller was quite ready. We're into the 16th over, actually. And so we've got 4.5 overs to go. Here is Avish in, and he's picked him up again. Oh my, that has gone way over deep square leg. That's gone almost into the scoreboard that's not being used there. That is a monster 6 from Miller. 2 in a row. Takes Rajasthan Royals past 100. Sometimes you can just tell in the responses of the fielders or the bowler. And just for a moment, Shikhar Dhawan just standing there with his arms folded as if to say, ooh, I don't like the look of this. David Miller, if he gets going, as he has, could be very dangerous indeed. And Rishabh Pant has gone up to talk to his bowler, put his arm around him. But wow, that was an absolute monster. Huge pickup.
Exalted,
it says on the screen, whatever that means. We're going to bow down to it and pray to that particular 6, I think, at some point. Anyway, so consecutive 6s, which really gets them going. 14 from the first 4 balls of this over, and 44 of 26 required. Maybe we're going to get a thriller after all. Here is Avish Khan again in bowls. He's driven him high. Has he got enough on it? I'm not sure that he has. He's going to be caught at long on, and that is the end of David Miller. Avish Khan has come back, taken his wicket, and that surely is the end for the Rajasthan Royals. 104 for 7. Yeah, fantastic work from Miller, but he tried just once too often and got a little bit under it. Maybe too much of the bottom hand came through, and it was a comfortable catch for the man running in off the boundary at long on. There you go.
Probably felt it's all down to me. I've got to go for this, and that's kind of what can happen, isn't it?
Indeed, Lalit takes the catch, second catch for him. And Miller goes for 62, very nice 62, very good 62, just was getting warmed up, wasn't he, from 43 balls. And we're going to have a strategic timeout. Have we got any tweets?
We've got a few, actually. Jay Grover is talking about drinking with the local police out of teapots. He calls you a sweet summer child, Nestlers. Leah says, what about comparing Stoinis to a Swedish chemist that bonked Grace Jones and was in William Gibson scripted movies? With Takeshi Kitano, Keanu Reeves, Ice-T, Udo Kier, Henry Rollins, makes you think we don't like him. Yes, good tweet. I think I might have read that one wrong.
Yeah.
but I think I'm certainly confused at this point. Messi Jez, presumably the Flair Play Award can only be won by people called Pant.
Yes, probably.
Very good. Dad joke from Messi. Mosey. Winning IPL and Fair Play trophy together. I think only CSK came close or actually won in the initial years. He's going to come back with some research.
Oh, thanks for that.
If Dhoni didn't double up with a tournament win and a Fair Play award, I'd be surprised. Frong, Fair Play Award. Teams must be seen to be showing an interest when the sponsor's timeout or review is shown on the screen.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, of course, absolutely. Yeah.
Warren, in losing Stokes, Rajasthan Royals have increased their chances of winning the Fair Play Award hugely, possibly, and maybe winning too. Jersey Oak, Stoinis will be desperately missing Adam Zampa. They'll meet again, won't they? Jay Grover, GC, and every fucking cricket commentary ever bingo. Morris has to start working off that fee.
Well, he doesn't actually, because he's made for life. He doesn't really have to play ever again in the IPL, does he?
Yeah.
From that point of view.
And we'll finish on Mark Zip. Funny, I always think of Dope Guns and Fucking in the Streets as an Amphetamine Reptile Records compilation.
He is right, but I think they kind of stole it from a 60s radical. I may be wrong, but it is. No, Mark is right. It is a Amphetamine Reptile Records compilation series, which is very good if you like that kind of thing.
Right, that's jolly good. That's good to know. We have 4 overs remaining, 7 wickets are down. Can't really see how Rajasthan are going to win this, pull this out of the bank. I mean, I know that Morris can play some big shots, but has he ever played? Has he played match-winning innings? 1 or 2, hasn't he? Maybe getting 30 off 16 or 17 balls, something like that. Anyway, we've only got 2 seconds left of the strategic timeout, which of course is the Woodstock Cricket Equipment strategic timeout. Go and buy that on our website if you need anything. Back of a length, which is chopped down to third man. If they run quickly, they might get back for a second here. Rabada, however, is the man with a good arm out there, and Morris recognises that being a fellow South African and decides to stop at 105 for 7. And in fact, we had a strategic timeout with 1 ball of the over remaining, so then that is now the completion of the 16th over, and which is 105 for 7, and Unitcat has come to the crease. We've done most of the tweets, haven't we? We're more or less up to date.
We've got a couple more. Jay Grover, exalted, and we're not even in the Modi Stadium.
The Modi Dome.
Political humour. Brian Barish has given a shout out to Shoebill Lux for turning up in Philadelphia Union colours. Is that you, Nessers?
Yeah, that's exactly why I've worn this shirt.
Cool.
I don't think so.
And Warren is backing Morris to take it home from here.
Well, it could be, but that said, he's got to come up against Chris Wokes, who bowled a couple of really good overs earlier. Got rid of Joss Butler. That'll be fun when they next meet in the Test team or one day arena for England. And 2 for 13 from 3. He's only got 1 to go. Avesh has taken 3 for 32 from 4. He took a bit of a pounding at the beginning of that over, but he came back well to take the wicket. Rabada 3 overs, 2 for 15. No one's really been hit apart from Stoinis. Here is Wokes then coming in to bowl to the right-handed Morris, and Morris swings this down towards long on one bounce to Rabada, only going to bring him a single. And you feel that Unadkat, I mean, I don't really know what he's like as a batsman, but if he's not very able, he's just got to get a single and try and get Morris on strike.
Yep. I mean, it's tight enough that there's interest, isn't there?
There's a bit of interest. Yeah, a little bit.
It's tight enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think Luke. I don't know. I suppose the difference is Rishabh Pant, isn't it? Really, he was played that fantastic innings when they were 37 for 4. I mean, Miller have to do a little bit later in the day. Jaydev Unadkat has got 64 runs and never got more than 30. I don't even know if he's got more than 10, to be honest, but that's what I'm being told on the screen. A right-handed batsman, left-handed bowler. Wokes is into him, bowls it short, and he looks to try and guide it down to third man off the shoulder, but actually makes no contact. Rising ball goes through to a punt, and there is no run.
Yeah, that technique didn't fill me with great joy.
Yeah, you feel like you might hang around for about 3 balls and they get a single off the last ball, and that is exactly what Rajasthan don't want. Tawati was only the second of these Rajasthan players to get into double figures, apart from Miller. No one else has got into double figures. I need 42 from 22 deliveries. I just don't think they know how to win, Rajasthan. Pulled by Unadkat, I say that though. And he's cleared the boundary, a deep backward square leg. That is a wonderful pickup. And from not having any sixes before, we have now had 3.
I take it all back.
It didn't really seem to have the... it seemed to sort of cramp him a little bit at first, but he managed to go through with a shot. And he's picked it up marvellously well.
Yeah,
71 metres.
His second IPL 6, and he's basically added 10% to his career aggregate with that shot.
Wow. Well, you may yet be a hero. He bowled extremely well today. And maybe he's beginning to pay back that fee from 6 or 8 years ago. He's edged that, has he? No, he just tried to tickle it down to third man. Again, he failed to get any bat on it, annoyingly. A very thin edge that goes through first slip would be ideal for him. That would run away for 4. But when he's playing, he's likely to thin edge it straight through to punt. So what can he do then with this 5th ball of the over? 36 now required from 20 deliveries. Steve Smith, of course, a Delhi capital now. He used to be the Rajasthan Royals. Didn't get an outing today. Hasn't had an outing so far, has he? He's been on the bench for both games that Delhi have played. Here is Wokes in, bowl short, and he lifts this up and over where Gully would be. Well fielded. Man running around there on the third man boundary, and it is just a single. He hit it better than that. He deserved, a couple for that, I would have said, at least. But he has to settle for 1. Morris comes back down to face. I mean, look at this. Unadkat is outscoring Chris Morris at 1.6 million. Extraordinary. 7 from 4. Morris has 3 from 4. Can he dismiss one of these for a boundary, or even a smaximum?
Does Morris want to get a single here or hit a boundary?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? A 3 would be ideal, wouldn't it? But you're not going to get many 3s on this spread, I don't think, with this sort of field. Man going back at long off. Can't see where we've got the other. We have definitely got a long on, I think, as well. And Wokes is doing a pretty good job here, but this will be his final delivery. Coming into Morris, and Morris drives, will take the single as that goes skidding across the turf out to Tom Curran at long off, and the score at the end of the 17th over is 114 for 7. Morris has 4, Unadkat has 7, and Rajasthan need 34 to win off 18 balls with 3 wickets in hand. Tweets.
Yeah, tweets. Greg Aslison has tweeted, says he's listening in the USA, a big fan of the cricket. When I tell people I watch cricket, they ask, what is cricket? What should I tell them? Brian Barish suggests baseball but British. Can anyone be a little bit more creative than Brian?
It's blokes hitting balls with wood.
Yeah? I guess at the most level it is.
It's hitting a cork covered ball, a cork ball covered with leather with another piece of wood. I think that's basically it, isn't it? Doesn't that cover it?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if either of you have really advanced upon baseball, but British there.
Well, I mean, we've got the potential of baseball with the outs coming in for the 100.
But then again, if you say but British, then that leaves out Australia, India, Pakistan, the West Indies.
Yeah, true. Curran back into the attack. Bowls to Morris. Morris tries to swing this down the ground, but he gets thick inside edge. It's going to run quite slowly out to deep mid wicket. Oh, there's going to be trouble here because Unadgat has started for the second run. He's then fallen over, and he couldn't get back. And that, I'm afraid, is a run out. Mark Stoinis, I think it was, who was the man fielding at deep mid wicket. And I'm afraid that Unadgat is surely going to have to go. I don't think he got back there. He did throw in the dive.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Oh, oh no! He survived! Because Rishabh Pant has dropped the ball. He's taken the stumps out brilliantly with his gloves, but he has no ball in the hand. So that fooled us. Why are we looking at that? Surely the umpire saw the ball fly out of his hand. That's extraordinary. Anyway, it's not out then. It's not out. Well,
that's incredible.
So not out indeed. So Unadgat somehow survives when he shouldn't have done, but he's made his pink jersey very, very dirty indeed. Anyway, so that won't go down as Rishabh Pant's finest moment, will it?
No.
Talked about how he's improved as a wicketkeeper, but that really wasn't. Very, it's a difficult throw to take. Not really. It was a good throw. It bounced well in front of him, so he had plenty of time. But he just maybe tried to hurry it a little bit too much.
Now, if he was thinking about the Fair Play Award there, Pant should have gone, no, I didn't do it.
Yeah, and then you get an extra bonus point when you're on top of what they've got. Will RR make the playoffs without Stokes? Yes, it's 34%. No, says 66%. Would they make the playoffs with Stokes? They haven't done that. He was there for at least half a season last year. Played brilliantly in one game where he scored 100. Scored 200s now in IPL cricket. Curran into Unadgat. He just drops a slower ball into the onside. A little bit of argy-bargy between Curran and Morris as Morris runs down to the other end. But that's the thing that Unadgat has got to do, give the strike to Morris. And see whether he can use those long levers to great effect. Yeah, well, a bit of a grimace from Rishabh Pant when he made a mess of that run out. 116 for 7, 32 required off 16.
Bringing back to my useless career as a wicketkeeper, I did a fair few of those actually.
I didn't know you were a keeper.
Yeah.
No, I don't think we've ever discussed that before, have we?
I don't know. That's why I ended up being keeper, yeah.
Okay.
I loved it.
Curran bowls swung again by Morris, but he's not connecting with the middle of the bat at the moment. That's down too long on for just a single. He really does need to start hitting some big, booming sixes to keep Rajasthan in with a chance here.
I was the best fielder one of the best fielders in our little league when they did the rankings.
What, so they put you into keep wicket instead?
Well, because I could catch better than anybody in the team. And I was pretty good, but I did have some brain fades like that on a few occasions.
Okay. Curran then to Unadgat. He's on 8 from 5. He's in, bowls it short. He's got a top edge here, but it might be a handy one. It's gone over the top of the keeper. I don't think it's going to run for 4. No, because I think it's Lalit Yadav running around at long leg, but they will get back for 2. So Unadgat goes to 10 from 6, and Morris has 6 from 7. 119 for 7. 2 balls remaining in the 18th over. It was Pant who was actually chasing after that. 29 required from 14, so it's just over 2 runs a ball now. We are going to need some big shots. It's going to be Curran coming into Unadgat, who certainly on an individual level can feel satisfied with his performance today. Curran in, full ball. Where's that gone? Well, he's appealed for LBW. Somehow it went underneath the bat, hit low down on the pad. I don't think there was anywhere near. I think it was going down the leg side. Rishabh Pant doesn't seem to be interested. They've come through for a leg by 125 24-7 is the score. And in fact, he must have got a little bit of bat on that as well, because he's gone up to 11 on the scorecard. Yeah. Quite good, actually. Big inside edge, and then trapped underneath the back pad, between pad and pitch, as it were. So Unit counts on to 11. Morris now to face. He needs to get himself going. He needs a big one. Can he do it off Curran? In comes Tom Curran. Bowls it was short, a short slow one, very cleverly disguised, and Morris has to set himself, wait for the ball. He was all ready to give it everything, and then the pace or lack of pace on the ball made him readjust, and he picks up a single down to long on. And that is the end of the over. Let's say one good thing really is that he's managed to keep the strike.
So it's the Jay Grover show at the
Of
moment
course,
on social.
of course.
Oh, it is.
The Sean Tracy Myopic Record Collection Scrutiny Time Out as a potential it's a new name for the strategic timeout. I love the way Hendo's negativity permeates itself into any commentary, even one he has no personal stake in. And I'd have thought Nessers would be a master of explaining cricket for Americans. Baseball but Indian, to paraphrase a famous quote.
I have tried to my friends in America. It's not easy.
Well, it's going to be Morris to face, and I believe it's still... Is it Rabada back into the attack? Yes, indeed it is. And he's got hold of one, and he's picked that up beautifully over cow corner. That has gone soaring back into the stands. Finally, Morris has found the middle of the bat. Can this be the start of something big?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So South African to South African, and that was in the slot, as we're being told, and it was put away. It wasn't a quick ball. It was one that he made wobble a little bit. Yeah, but wasn't vastly slower than his normal pace. So 21 required off 11.
Yeah, like I say, there's interest here. There's interest.
Oh, there's interest. There's always interest. I mean, unless it's a complete shellacking for one team or another. In comes a Rabada again to bowl to Morris. And Morris has a big swing at this one outside the off stump. Looked to me as if he took his eye off that a little bit and missed it by some distance. And it goes through the keeper. There is no run.
Rabada's going to know Morris well, I assume.
Yeah, although Morris, I'm trying to think how much cricket he's played for South Africa in recent times. Someone maybe can put me straight on that. I think he's always been an automatic pick for the one-day sides, but I may be wrong. Rabada has now got the cloth, so there must be a little bit of dew out there as well, which is something that they have to think about. He's coming in, 21 required from 10. He bowls to Morris, and Morris lays another big straight drive at that and completely misses it. And through it goes to Rishabh Pant. So after a great start, he's struggling to lay bat on ball.
6 ... He's running out of balls here.
Yeah, when you've only got 12 left, you don't really need two dots, do you?
No.
You've gone deep in the crease, he'd opened the front leg out, but still made no contact. That was 139 kph from Rabada. First ball of the over was just 122, so it was a little bit slower. He's in again, bowls, and he's driven at that. He's got an outside edge. It's flying down towards third man. It's picked up one-handed, and then Amish Khan, I think it was, went over the boundary, managed to pull it back inside. I think he saved the boundary, but they have got back for 2. But we're going to have a closer look at that one to be absolutely sure. Seemed slightly risky when he went down with one hand, really. Then maybe he just didn't have any room to play with. He's done that bit quite well. Then he feels that he's going to go over the boundary, and as he goes, he lets go. I think he's done all right there.
That's good.
I think he has saved 2 runs. So
we'll give him that, Hendo.
I think we'll give him that. Yeah, I think so.
We should
Can't
appear
see
on
a
some
problem
big
with that,
screen out there, shouldn't we? Saying, yeah,
is there a big enough screen for us?
it's the Hendo, it's not a boundary. Time out.
Yeah. We could have a Hendo rant timeout, I suppose.
Oh, that would be excellent, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sponsored by somebody. Anyway, 2 runs As it is, Rabada again in to Morris. He bowls, and he's always picked that one up. A little short arm jab. Where the heck's that gone? It's gone miles. It's gone miles over deep backward square leg. Rabada is still looking for it, way out there in the stands. And what a shot from Morris. 21 off 13, 14 runs from the first 5 balls of this over. 13 required off 7. It's looked for about the last, 15 overs as if Delhi were going to win this. And then suddenly, in the last 2 overs, Rajasthan might just be able to pull this out of the bag. And if Morris does it, well, then he has, to use a cliche, he put a few coins back in the box, hasn't he? I think you'd have to say 13 off 7. He's got to get the strike, hasn't he? He's got to get maybe 1 off this ball. In he comes, bowls, and he's sensible. He does take the 1 as it's pushed out towards extra cover. Tom Curran goes round to field, and that is the end of the over. 136 for 7, 12 required off the final over, and Morris is the man in possession. 22 not out off 14. Unadkat 11 off 7. What is it? What is this partnership now worth? Must be 30 odd. Anyway, Rishabh Pant is under pressure for the first time.
Who's bowling the final over?
Well, it's Tom Curran coming in the direction of the non-strikers end. He's walking alongside Rishabh Pant, so I think it's been entrusted to Tom Curran, and I'm not 100% sure that I'd want to do that, but he may not have many other alternatives.
Rajasthan Royals are going to pull it off then. Rene Keita said cricket is like baseball but with rules to strangle the pitcher, so there are dozens of home runs. Warren has said listening to Nestler's stories of being the best catcher and being wicketkeeper makes total sense until just Joss Buttler appeared on the screen. Jay Grover, well, if that's your attitude, Jack, I'll just leave. Flout, and then in brackets, flounces off to no reaction. Fuck sticks. He accused me a bit of having a rude tone towards Bear earlier. So
you're a wide boy.
You can't be rude to the bear. I mean, the bear's so rude himself that you can't be rude to him. It's a physical impossibility.
Saying the big game is on Sunday, Royal Challengers versus Kolkata Knight Riders, and then Warren, maybe a bit too soon on this one, in capital letters. What a waste of money. What a waste of money.
Maybe you're talking about Kagiso Rabada. Who knows? Anyway, it's going to be Tom Curran, I fear for the Delhi Capitals. It's Tom Curran bowling to Chris Morris. Let's see what he can do. Can he fox him with a slower one? No, but it's very full. He's chopped that out into the offside all the way along the ground. They're going to have to come back for the second. Well, he's done very well, Unadkat. He ended up jogging the last part of that run as he got back for the second. 138 for 7, 10 required from 5 balls, and the important thing is that Morris keeps the strike. He's now on to 24 from 15, and you'd have to say this is exactly what he was bought for.
Well, yeah.
And can he see it over the line? That's the next question, I suppose.
Where's the money? Where's your money, Bear?
Where's the bear? Where's the bear? Here comes Curran then, in again. Bowls him a short one. He's picked it up! That's going all the way! That's carved over deep square leg. He tried to do him with a slower bouncer, but Morris was equal to it. He's hit it for 6, and now the Rajasthan Royals need only 4 runs to win from 4 deliveries.
Wow.
I said I feared when I saw that it was Tom Curran bowling. Rishabh Pant is now coming down to speak to him. He's going to say, look, I didn't really expect you to bowl like that. I didn't expect you to be hit for 8 runs off the first 2 balls. What is that? It's a back of the hand short delivery, isn't it? It's a long hop. It's the longest of long hops.
And the point of that ball though is that it looks like it's coming at your head, and then because of the spin it dips. If you bowl it into the wicket, it's just sitting there waiting to go into orbit.
Well, I think that's the difference. If it comes out of the back of the hand like that, and then it's dug into the pitch, it just sits up for you. And I think he saw that and just waited for it. So Morris, he's done it. I think he has anyway. He's nearly done it. It'll all be tell you in a minute. He drives the next one straight to extra cover. They're going to run for the single. Presumably not. It was absolutely brilliantly hit. Struck incredibly hard. Shikhar Dhawan somehow threw his body in front of it, and it was travelling so quickly that there was no chance of them getting a single. If in fact they would have taken it anyway, I don't think they would have. 4 required off 3 deliveries. took a nasty little hop as well, just in front of Shikada one. So he did get his whole body behind that, took it sort of high up in the chest region. Here comes Curran again into Morris. It's full toss, and that is gone. That's surely gone. It is out of here, and the Rajasthan Royals are out of here with a victory with 3 balls to spare. Chris Morris has come good on his £1.6 million fee, and Steve Smith and Ricky Ponting sitting together there in the Delhi dugout can barely believe what they've seen. And Rajasthan Royals, the team that don't know how to win, have won, and it is Chris Morris who's done it. He's got them over the line, and well, great stuff. It was, and well, a bit of a thriller as well in the end. Bear.
And Bear's here as well.
Yeah, it was. And my money was on Delhi. I put it on Delhi, and they fucked it up. Well, Chris Morris took it away from him. You have to say that's gone a fair way to earning his 1.6, and that's a good outing.
Well, you've got to say, what you have to say is that when you pay that sort of money for someone, he's got to be a match winner, and he's turned out to be a match winner here. You know, he's taken a situation where it's looked about 14, 15 overs as if Delhi are going to win it. In those last 4 or 5 overs, he's completely turned it around. I mean, I've seen Andre Russell do that a few times, even Kieran Pollard. It rankles with me a little bit to see a game that can be so dominated by one side, and then they end up losing. I suppose, you know, we see that in all sorts of sports anyway, but it's a strange one. But Rajasthan they've got a win on the board. The Wooden Spoonists from last year have got a win on the board, and well, that's really down to David Miller earlier with a very good 63 or 42 balls, and that wonderful little knock at the end there from Morris. He just needed to find the timing. Once he got the timing, once he got one shot away for the big 6 that he did off Rabada, you could tell that his confidence lifted. He felt more attuned, more himself, and really...
He was about the only person who did time the ball today. You know,
there weren't too many,
when he needed to.
Yeah, no, it's been a funny game, hasn't it? I mean, I thought it was going to be a run fest. When you look at the talent in the teams, and you look what happened in the last game, and you have to say, surely there's 190, 200 on here, but no, it was another low-scoring thriller. That's what we're going to have to get used to in the IPL, seemingly, this year. Rajasthan Royals win by 3 wickets. I'll just do a quick rundown of the scorecard for the Rajasthan Royals, if I can just find it, and this will tell you how they pulled it out of the bag. Joss Buttler went caught punt by Wokes for 2. Manan Vora was first man out, caught Rabada, bowled Wokes for 9. Sanju Samson, when he went 119 the other day, caught Shikada 1, bowled Rabada for 4. That slipped. Shivam Doob went for 2, caught Shikada 1, bowled Avish Khan. Ryan Parag went, caught Shikada 1, bowled Avish Khan for 2. And then we had David Miller and Rahul Tewatia together, and they got them going a little bit to a certain extent, but Rahul Tewatia went for 19, trying to pull Rabada, caught it mid-wicket. And then David Miller, who had just swatted Avish Khan for 2 wonderful 6s over deep square leg, finally went caught in the deep at long on for 62 from 43 deliveries. Very good knock from him. But it still looked to be Delhi all the way until Chris Morris managed to find his timing, and he remained 36 not out from 18 deliveries, 4 of which were hit for 6. Didn't bother with 4s, couldn't be bothered with 4s, just dealt in 6s. Even Jaidev Unadkat hit a 6 as well off Wokes. He remained 11 not out off 7, and they've done it in the end with 3 balls spare. Let's look at the bowling figures. 2 for 22 Wokes, 3 for 32 Avish Khan, Kagiso Rabada 2 for 30, Ravi Ashwin an over short, perhaps 3 overs, none for 14. Marcus Stoinis 1 over for 15, and poor old Tommy Curran asked to bowl that last over, 3.4 overs, no maidens, none for 35. So that's it from us for today. We've had another reasonably exciting game, and long may it continue. We will be back with live action on Sunday, when you'll have 2 games to enjoy. But in the meantime, look out for our match reports on our website. They will be up later today, or today's match will be up there later today. There'll also be reports from tomorrow's game and from Saturday's game. And then we've got to find 2 people to write them on Sunday. That'll be fun. Not easily done. But there you go. Any final thoughts, Bear? Or anyone?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a good, exciting game, and it was good to see that it chased down some big hitting at the end. I mean, I've had 2 exciting games in 2, Hendo. Well, Weezer were exciting the first one.
What's going on with you, Bear? What's
I don't know. Maybe it's a complete flip from last year, and every time I come in, it'll be really exciting this year. That's good.
Yeah.
Could be. Well, there you go. As I say, Tony's report will be up later. Keep an eye out for that. But until Sunday, when Knackle will be hosting you, it's goodbye from all of us here at Gorilla Cricket.
See you later, folks.
Bye.